That exchange from the House Foreign Affairs Committee hearing on the Benghazi attacks from yesterday. Today it's the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee on the same topic. Committee chair and ranking members on the screen, Congressman Darrell Issa, committee chair on your right, ranking member Elijah Cummings on the left. And as this hearing is about to get underway, we invite your reaction at C-SPAN Chat.
Just a scheduling point, the review panel is meeting with the families, so when they're finished and they come down, we'll start the hearing. It'll just be a few more moments. The committee will come to order. The Oversight Committee exists to secure two fundamental principles. First, Americans have a right to know that the money Washington takes from them is well spent. And second, Americans deserve an efficient, effective government that works for them. Our duty on the Oversight and Government Reform Committee is to protect these rights. Our solemn responsibility is to hold government accountable to taxpayers for what they know is important for how they decide. And in fact, our job is to work tirelessly in partnership with citizen watchdogs to deliver the facts to the American people and bring genuine reform to the federal bureaucracy. This is our mission. I now would ask unanimous consent to read into the record statements from two witnesses who will not be available, but family of the victims of the 9/11 attack on Benghazi. Without objection, so ordered. First, a letter from Kate Doherty Quigley. And she says, in a letter to the ranking member and myself, "Thank you for your invitation to participate in the committee's September 19, 2013 hearing concerning the attacks on the U.S. facility on September 11, 2012, during which 4 Americans, including my brother Glenn Doherty, was killed. I am unable to do so, but submit for the committee's consideration the following questions concerning events that led to my brother's death in particular. I ask that because I am unaware of the answers, these questions have been provided. First, my understanding is that it took 8 hours for the rescue team from Tripoli to travel 200 miles to reach their destination in Benghazi, that there were no dedicated transportation assets in place, and that the team received no help getting through barriers like the Benghazi airport and checkpoints in that city. If this is correct, why was it so, given the urgency of the mission, recognizing the difficulty of what ifs, and that's the way it's written, I nevertheless ask, if those conditions had been different, would the outcome have been less tragic? Secondly, Glenn lived his life to the fullest and took pride in teaching others how to be their best. Glenn died serving with men he respected, protecting the freedoms we enjoy as Americans, and doing something he loved. He is an American hero to those who did not know him, but for those of us who did know him, he is a best friend who leaves behind a giant hole in our hearts. My thanks go out to those in Congress and the administration who strive to learn what mistakes were made that night so that U.S. personnel can be better protected in the future. And it's signed Kate Doherty Quigley. Secondly, a letter that is signed from Chris Stevens' family. Chris Stevens died in the service of his country. He died doing what he loved most, working to build bridges of understanding and mutual respect between the people of the United States and the people of the Middle East and North Africa. He was loved by many more Libyans than those who hated him for being an American. A few dozen fanatics penetrated his compound, but more than 30,000 people in Benghazi demonstrated in protest over his death. Chris was successful because he embodied the traits that have always endeared Americans to the world: a commitment to democratic principles and respect for others regardless of race, religion, or culture. Chris regarded and liked each person he met as an individual. He respected their views, whether or not he agreed. One of his friends told us a tale that reflects his success on a small scale. Picnicking in Libyan countryside, they met a local family. Chris immediately greeted them and suggested that they be photographed together. The young son of the patriarch of the family, suspiciously and negative toward Americans, refused to participate. So Chris continued chatting with the others. When it was time to leave, the initially suspicious son presented Chris with a bouquet of flowers, saying, "This is because you were so respectful to my father," he said. Chris was not willing to be the kind of diplomat who would strut around in fortified compounds. He amazed and impressed the Libyans by walking the streets with the lightest of escorts, sitting in sidewalk cafes, chatting with passers-by. There was a risk to being accessible. He knew it, and he accepted it. What Chris would never have accepted was the idea that his death would be used for political purposes. There were security shortcomings, no doubt. Both internal and outside investigations have identified and publicly disclosed them. Steps are being taken to prevent their reoccurrence. Chris would not have wanted to be remembered as a victim. Chris knew and accepted that he was working under dangerous circumstances. He did so just as so many of our diplomats and development professionals do every day, because he believed the work was vitally important. He would have wanted the critical work he was doing to build bridges of mutual understanding and respect, the kind of work that made him literally thousands of friends and admirers across the broader Middle East, to continue. So rather than engage in endless recriminations, his family is working to continue building bridges he so successfully began. 1 year ago this week, in response to tremendous outpouring of support from around the world, we launched the J. Christopher Stevens Fund. The mission of the fund is to support activities that build bridges between the people of the United States and those of the broader Middle East. This was the mission to which Chris dedicated his life. We are grateful to each contribution received from friends and family, from the government of Libya, and from people near and far moved by Chris and his story. In the coming weeks and months, we will launch a number of innovative programs and initiatives. The focus of our activity is on young people, both here in America and across the Middle East and North Africa. Chris served in the Peace Corps in Morocco, and his death was felt acutely by the Peace Corps family. Last year, in response to numerous queries from returned Peace Corps volunteers during Peace Corps Week, we encouraged returned volunteers to fan out across America and speak with youth about their experience abroad. We are now working with the Peace Corps to expand their reach into schools and communities across the country. The Center for Middle East Studies at the University of California, Berkeley, where Chris studied as an undergraduate, announced on September 11th the Ambassador J. Christopher Stevens Memorial Fund for Middle East Studies. Endowed by the J. Christopher Stevens Fund, our purpose is to encourage and inspire students in Middle Eastern and North African scholarship. In Piedmont, California, where Chris spent his teen years, the Piedmont Unified School District Board of Education has voted to name the Piedmont High School Library the Ambassador Christopher Stevens Memorial Library. Chris was inspired by Piedmont High School's motto, "Achieve the Honorable." Later this year, together with a coalition of public and private partners, we will launch the J. Christopher Stevens Virtual Exchange Initiative. This initiative will embrace the power of technology to fuel the largest ever-increasing increase in people-to-people exchanges between the United States and the broader Middle East, vastly increasing the number and diversity of youth who have a meaningful cross-cultural experience as part of their formative education, and reaching over 1 million youth by 2020. Later this year, the University of California Hastings College of Law, from which Chris graduated in 1989, will host the Ambassador J. Christopher Stevens Symposium. The event will emphasize law and public policy as used in the practice to advance global understanding and peace principles to which Chris was committed. There have been more awards bestowed and honors given to Chris's memory, than we would ever have thought possible. But as we've said before, we have received letters from thousands of people all over the world who were touched by Chris's example. His openness touched a chord in their hearts. Chris would have wanted to be remembered for that. Thank you, the family of Chris Stevens. And without objection, they'll both be placed in the record. Briefly, in my opening statement, today we want to both do our job as constitutional officers and be very cognizant of the wishes of the family. We will hear on the second panel from additional family members. Like the first, they both want answers to questions, and they want Chris's memory to be one of his diplomacy and his service. They don't want this to be a political football. The committee's primary obligation as the Oversight and Reform Committee is to do oversight leading to meaningful reform. Last week marked the 12th anniversary of the September 11th attacks on the United States. It marked the one-year anniversary of the terrorist attack on the diplomatic facility in Benghazi. The attack cost Americans their lives. Ambassador Christopher Stevens, State Department Information Officer Sean Smith, and 2 American security officers, former U.S. Navy SEAL Tyrone Wood and Glenn Doherty. Today, we honor their memories and their heroic service to our nation. We recognize also the family members of the fallen who are with us today are those who truly experienced that loss firsthand. Last October, Secretary Hillary Clinton convened the Accountability Review Board, or ARB, as required by law to examine the facts and circumstances surrounding the hideous attacks and the report findings and recommendations. The ARB report was delivered to Congress on December 18, 2012. While the ARB made some important findings, it also raised serious additional questions. First, the ARB's structure, along with the State Department culture, raises questions about the extent to which it can be independent. Although it is a meaningful document, this committee has not been able to receive the background information, or were their recorded notes sufficient to allow for a true review of the review. As we convene this hearing, the committee down the hall, the Foreign Affairs Committee, has authored significant reforms in the form of legislation. Part of what we will do here today is to continue fueling the discovery process for that purpose. In preparation for today's hearing, the staff has prepared approximately a 100-page report, which is entitled Benghazi Attacks, Investigative Update, Interim Report on the Accountability Review Board. I ask unanimous consent it now be placed in the record. Do you have corresponding? Would you? Okay. It raises important questions on the review board process. Today, our panel includes distinguished former government officials who know firsthand how important this process is and who dedicated their lives to this public service. And we thank you for being here today. Any criticism of the accountability review process or the law passed by Congress in 1986 that created it should be cast on Congress and the process that they were asked to do, and not to the individuals who headed this. I believe that to the extent that the ARB was currently and traditionally used, it has done its job. Our criticism today is, was it the appropriate investigation? Was it complete? Did it have the processes necessary to do a thorough review? Did it have the authority to go beyond the State Department? Was the record such that it could be reviewed and reviewed again, as many tragic and large investigations will? I think we all understand that if the attack 12 years ago on 9/11/2001 had been reviewed through the accountability review process, it would not have been sufficient for the American people. Therefore, our investigation today and the subject of this hearing is to look at what could be done, what was learned through the ARB. And I want to thank Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen personally for their work. They made many reform suggestions. My understanding is all of them have been accepted. My understanding further is acceptance and implementation can be different. In particular, one of the questions that will not be answered today but undoubtedly will be asked is, if 4 individuals were held accountable and in testimony at least 1 was recommended for firing, why is it none lost a day's pay and all are back on the job? That is a question for the current administration and not one for this panel. Additionally, we are joined by Director Sullivan and Todd Kiel. Their review is a second review, and it is broader in nature than Benghazi. And it is important because one thing that America learned from the attacks on 9/11/2012 is that, in fact, the system failed the people who were in that compound in Benghazi. Without a doubt, there are problems within how decisions are made for security of our various diplomatic facilities throughout the world. I look forward particularly in that Director Sullivan has firsthand knowledge of primary protection of an individual such as an ambassador or the President of the United States, but he also understands that compounds and facilities, both pre-planned and ad hoc, such as a hotel that the President might be staying in, have to be taken as they are but made to work. That, for me, says a lot about the nature of our diplomatic facilities throughout the world. Diplomatic compounds that are Inman compliant need not be looked at in any great additional detail. They are, in fact, set back. They are, in fact, fortresses. The only thing that needs to happen in an Inman-compliant facility is for the rules and the procedures to be followed for them to be extremely secure. But the vast majority of consulates, offices, USAID facilities, and the like throughout the world are not Inman-compliant. In fact, our investigation has shown that a great many exceptions occur every day, if you will, waivers to what is supposed to be. Often this comes in the form of defining a facility in a way different than what it actually is. And a multi-country office has a different standard than a consulate or an embassy. But if, in fact, principal officers are there and the risk of attack is high, they must be looked at in that sense. So I, for one, believe that this interim report closes, and I hope it really will, the chapter on the service of Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen, because I believe their service, although limited to the rules of the ARB, has been honorable, and they have done the best they could under the rules that Congress gave them in 1986. And with that, I'm going to ask unanimous consent that my entire opening statement be placed in the record, since I used so much time for the earlier reading. And I yield back, and I recognize the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by recognizing Mrs. Patricia Smith and Mr. Charles Woods, and who are here to testify about their sons who were killed in Benghazi, Sean Smith and Tyrone Woods. Nobody can fully comprehend the anguish they are suffering. I know from my own experience that losing someone so young and so promising is one of the most difficult things we ever experience in life. Sadly, there are now other mothers and fathers, husbands and wives, sisters and brothers, who are also grieving after the shootings this week at the Washington Navy Yard, less than a mile from this very room. Our hearts are with families as well. In addition, although Ambassador Stevens' family was not able to attend today, the Daugherty, they sent a written statement, as did Glenn Daugherty's sister. And Mr. Chairman, I'm very, very pleased, and I thank you for not only reading their statements into the record, but making sure that they're part of the record. I look forward to hearing that testimony, and I hope we can learn more about who these very brave individuals were. I want to learn more about their hopes and their dreams and their service to our country. I believe our goal of today's hearing should be to honor them as heroes, because that's exactly what they were. They believed in this nation, and they devoted their lives to protecting it. There are other ways our nation should honor these men. First, we must hunt down those responsible and bring them to justice. Progress on this front may not always be visible to the public, but as our nation demonstrated in the relentless, worldwide, 10-year pursuit of Osama bin Laden, the United States does not forget. We never forget. And I believe I speak for the entire committee when I say that our commitment to this goal is bipartisan and unwavering. Another way to honor their memories is to obtain information about what happened in Benghazi. Chairman Issa issued a report earlier this week that provided some new information, but unfortunately he chose not to work with any Democratic committee members. So today I offer my own report that I would like to provide to the committee and the witnesses. As this report explains, our goal was to provide detailed information in response to some of the specific questions that have been raised relating to the attack. Our report is based on a review of tens of thousands of pages of classified and unclassified documents, 16 transcribed interviews, and 1 deposition. Our report provides new details about the intense and terrifying week last September when events at embassies and consulates around the world put U.S. personnel on hair-trigger alert for days. These included events not only in Benghazi, but also in Khartoum, Sana'a, Karachi, Lahore, and Islamabad, where crowds of thousands marched, set fires, and breached U.S. compounds repeatedly. Mr. Chairman, I ask that our report be made a part of the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Another critical way we should honor the memories of these heroes is by implementing the recommendations and reforms that were put forth to improve the security of our diplomatic and military forces around the world. This is so important. This is the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Reform is so vital, particularly at this moment. I hope we can all agree on a bipartisan basis that we should implement these recommendations as effectively and as efficiently as possible. On this point, Ambassador Pickering explained to the committee during his deposition that because of his own personal and professional bond with Ambassador Stevens, he viewed his service on the Accountability Review Board as, quote, a debt of honor. He said, and I quote, "Chris gave me 2 wonderful years of his life in supporting me in very difficult circumstances." He also said, "I owed him, his family, and his families, and the families of the others who died, the best possible report we could put together." However, Ambassador Pickering also said he was deeply concerned that although the previous ARBs were, quote, excellent in their recommendations, the follow-through had dwindled away, end of quote. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot let that happen under our watch. This is our watch. We're in charge now, and we must make we must never let a report like this sit on some shelves, collecting dust, and then 10, 12 years from now, we're going through the same process again. As I've said many times, we're better than that. I'd like to make one final point, and let me go back to Admiral Mullen. I want to thank both of you for your service. The chairman said this is not any kind of attack on you all. It's concerned about the breadth of the report and things like that. But I know that you gave a phenomenal amount of your time, and I want to thank both of you. But I don't want to just thank you for today. I want to thank you for what you've done for your entire lives. For your entire lives. Giving your blood, your sweat, your tears to make life better for us so that we could sit here and do what we do. And I appreciate that. And Admiral Pickering, Ambassador Pickering, in my 30-some years of practicing law, I have never heard such compelling testimony. I just so happened to sit in your deposition. And when you told us why you did this and why it was so important that it be excellently done and completely done. And I will never forget the things you said. And I really thank you for that. There have been some extremely serious accusations that the ARB was a, quote, whitewash, unquote, and a, quote, cover-up, unquote. Some said, quote, it doesn't answer any real questions, unquote. And that is, quote, the sole function was to insulate Hillary Clinton, unquote. When I hear those kinds of statements, and then I read the depositions and I listen to you, Ambassador Pickering, you know, I got to tell you, those kinds of statements upset me because I think that they are so unfair, and we're better than that. So let me respond as directly as I can. Based on all of the evidence obtained by this committee, this Benghazi review was one of the most comprehensive ARB reviews ever conducted. I've seen no evidence, none whatsoever, to support these reckless accusations. To the contrary, witness after witness told the committee that the ARB's report was, quote, penetrating, specific, critical, very tough, and, quote, the opposite of a whitewash. Finally, one reason I requested today's hearing 4 months ago was to give Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen an opportunity to respond directly to these unsubstantiated accusations. I'm glad they are finally being given that opportunity. Our nation owes them and the other board members profound thanks for their dedication and for their service. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. All members will have 7 days to submit opening statements for the records, and we will now recognize our first panel. As previously noted, Ambassador Thomas R. Pickering served as chairman of the U.S. Department of State's Accountability Review Board from Benghazi. Ambassador Pickering has had a long and distinguished career as a diplomat. He has served in an unprecedented number of ambassadorships: Jordan, Nigeria, El Salvador, Israel, India, Russia, and the United Nations. Not to be any less distinguished, Admiral Michael G. Mullen, U.S. Navy, retired, served as the Vice Chairman of the ARB. Admiral Mullen is a retired four-star Navy admiral who served 2 terms as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest rank of any officer in the armed forces. Mr. Mark Sullivan served as Chairman of the Independent Panel on Best Practices and is the former Director of the United States Secret Service, a role in which he and I worked together on a number of tough issues, and I respect your participation here today. The Honorable Todd M. Kiel served as a member of the Independent Panel on Best Practices and is the former Assistant Secretary for Infrastructure Protection at the United States Department of Homeland Security. Welcome all. Pursuant to our rules, would you please rise, raise your right hand to take the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated. Let the record reflect that all witnesses answered in the affirmative. As I said before this hearing in our private meetings, this is an important hearing and one in which each of your testimonies are extremely important. Your entire written statements will be placed in the record. Use as close to 5 minutes as you can for your opening. I'm not going to have a heavy gavel if you have additional words you have to say, but I would like to allow as much time for questions as possible. Ambassador.
Thank you very much, and Ranking Minority Member Mr. Cummings. Thank you very much. It's an important opportunity to appear to you today, before you today, for this important matter. It's been a special honor for me to work with Admiral Mullen and indeed the other members of the Accountability Review Board on this very pressing, important, and significant issue. If I may, and I don't want to extend beyond the limits of my brief with you, Mr. Chairman, I would hope that our report will also appear in the record in an appropriate fashion.
The entire report will be placed in the record. Thank you,
sir. The loss of 4 brave individuals is devastating to our country, and most especially to their families. We sympathize with them, with Mrs. Smith and Mr. Woods and all of them in their loss. The Board met pursuant to a statute. The questions the Board was to respond to under the statute are the extent to which the incident was security-related, whether the security systems and security procedures were adequate, whether the security systems and security procedures were properly implemented, the impact of intelligence and information availability, such other facts and circumstances which may be relevant to the appropriate security management of U.S. missions abroad, and finally, with regard to personnel, whenever the Board finds reasonable cause to believe that an individual has breached the duty of that individual, the Board should report that finding to appropriate federal agency or instrumentality. The Board met almost continuously for 2.5 months. The group worked collegially and intensively, and after extensive activities outlined in my testimony, reached unanimous conclusions which are reflected in the report. The Board conducted about 100 interviews, beginning with key personnel who were on the ground during the events in Benghazi. It further reviewed many thousands of pages of documents and viewed hours of video. It was provided with the fullest cooperation by the Department of State and all elements of the U.S. government. The key findings of the Board include the following. The attacks were security-related, involving the use of armed force against U.S. personnel at 2 facilities. Responsibility for the loss of life and other damage rests completely with the terrorists who carried out the attacks. Systemic failures and leadership and management deficiencies at senior levels within 2 bureaus of the Department of State resulted in a security posture at the special mission in Benghazi that was inadequate for the mission and grossly inadequate to deal with the attacks. Notwithstanding the proper implementation of security systems and procedures, and the remarkable heroism shown by American personnel. Those systems and the Libyan response fell short in the face of the attacks, which began with the penetration of the mission by dozens of armed attackers. The Board found that U.S. intelligence provided no immediate, specific tactical warning of the attack. Known gaps existed in the U.S. intelligence community's understanding of the extremist militias in Libya and the potential threat that they posed to U.S. interests, although some threats were known to exist. The Board found that certain senior officers within 2 bureaus of the State Department demonstrated a lack of proactive leadership and management ability in their responses to security concerns posed by the Benghazi special mission attack, given the deteriorating threat environment and the lack of reliable host country Libyan protection. The Board did not find reasonable cause to determine that any individual U.S. government employee breached his or her duty. Recommendations. The Department of State should urgently review the balance between risk and presence. We did not agree that no presence was an appropriate answer in most cases. The basis for a review should include a defined, attainable, priority mission, clear-eyed assessment of the risks and costs, commitment of sufficient resources to mitigate risks, and constant attention to changes in the situation, including when to leave and perform the mission from a distance. The Department should re-examine the diplomatic security organization and management. The Department should organize a panel of outside independent experts to identify best practices and regularly assist the Diplomatic Security Bureau in evaluating U.S. security in high-risk and high-threat posts. And indeed, I'm delighted that Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Kiel are with us, who prepared that report. The Secretary should require an action plan on dealing with the use of fire as a weapon. Recalling the incomplete construction recommendations of the Nairobi Dar es Salaam ARB, the Department should work with the Congress to restore the capital cost sharing program in its full capacity, adjusted for inflation, to about $2.2 billion for fiscal year 2015 in a 10-year program to address outstanding needs in high-risk, high-threat areas. While intelligence capabilities have improved post-2001, there is no certainty of warning information. More attention needs to be given to generally deteriorating threat situations. Key trends need to be identified early to sharpen risk calculations. The Board recognizes that poor performance does not ordinarily constitute a breach of duty that would serve as a basis for disciplinary action, but instead needs to be addressed by the performance management system of the State Department. However, the Board is of the view that findings of unsatisfactory leadership performance by senior officials in the case of Benghazi should be a potential basis for discipline recommendations by future ARBs, and would recommend a revision of Department of State regulations or amendment of the relevant statute to this end. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, it was an honor to be called again for government service on the Benghazi ARB. Many have said that our report would either advocate mere reinforcement of fortress embassies or closing down our presence. No conclusion like that could be farther from the truth. We recognize that perfection in protection is not possible, and that fine and good men and women will still come forward to serve their country and risk their lives on the front lines of danger. We should continue to do all that we can to protect them as they go about such challenging tasks. That was the sole purpose of our report, and it was produced with the deep sense that we had to get it right. Politics, elections, personal controversy, and all other external factors aside. I am aware that no report will ever be perfect, but I am proud of this one, which has been seen by many as clear, cogent, and very hard-hitting, as it should be. New information is always welcome. I feel that this report is still on the mark, free of cover-up and political tilt, and will personally welcome anything new which sheds light on what happened and that helps us to protect American lives and property in the future. Finally, I recognize that we are a government of branches and checks and balances. I have always respected the Congress and the tasks it must assume to make our nation great. I appear today against the backdrop of those beliefs. We will not always agree, but let us always agree that the national interests, the best interests and welfare of the American people, are the criteria against which we serve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I very much look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Admiral Mullen.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Cummings, before addressing the subject of this hearing, both my wife, Deborah, who is here with me today, and I want to express our deepest sympathies to the families of those killed in the tragedy earlier this week. As a Navy family ourselves, those lost were our shipmates and family members in the truest sense of the word, and their dedication, service to our country, and sacrifice will never be forgotten. And Chairman Issa and Ranking Member Cummings and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And I hope my testimony will be helpful to the committee as it investigates the tragic events that occurred in Benghazi, Libya on September 11th and 12th, 2012. Shortly after those events, I was asked by then Secretary of State to serve as the Vice Chair of the Accountability Review Board established to examine the attacks on the Special Mission Compound and Annex in Benghazi. The board was ably led by Ambassador Thomas Pickering and included 3 other highly qualified, respected members with expertise in various areas relevant to this review. The board members took our responsibilities very seriously, and we worked diligently to fulfill our obligations to determine the facts and make recommendations as to how best to avoid similar tragedies in the future. From the beginning, the State Department emphasized that it wanted full transparency about what happened in Benghazi and what led to those events. We had unfettered access to State Department personnel and documents. There were no limitations. We received the full cooperation of all witnesses in every State Department office. We interviewed everyone we thought it was necessary to interview. We operated independently, and we were given freedom to pursue the investigation as we deemed necessary. This independence was particularly important to me. I would not have accepted this assignment had I thought that the board's independence would be compromised in any way. The board interviewed more than 100 individuals, reviewed thousands of pages of documents, and reviewed hours of video footage. We determined, as stated in the board's report, quote, that responsibility for the tragic loss of life, injuries, and damage to U.S. facilities and property rests solely and completely with the terrorists who perpetrated the attack, end quote. The board did find multiple serious State Department shortcomings which exacerbated the impact of the terrorist attack. We also concluded that there was nothing the U.S. military could have done to respond to the attack on the compound or to deter the subsequent attack on the annex. The actions of our military, which moved many assets that night, were fully appropriate and professional. In total, the board made 29 recommendations, 24 of which were unclassified. I stand by those recommendations. One of the board's recommendations led to the establishment of the Best Practices Panel, which Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Kiel will detail today. Most of the board's recommendations were designed to be implemented at State Department facilities worldwide in order to keep diplomatic personnel safe and secure everywhere they serve, especially in areas where they face great personal risk because our nation needs them there. The State Department may implement our recommendations as it sees fit, and I understand that it has accepted and plans to implement them all. The board's recommendations with respect to the shortcomings of State Department personnel have been given much attention. Because of the courageous and ultimate sacrifices made by Ambassador Stevens, Sean Smith, Glenn Doherty, and Tyrone Woods, The Board meticulously reviewed the conduct of all State Department employees with direct responsibilities for security at the Benghazi Special Mission Compound. We assigned blame at the level where we thought it lay. That is what the ARD statute intended. Operational accountability at the level of operational responsibility. The House report originally adopted the ARD statute, admonished that, quote, in the past, determining direct programmatic and personal accountability for serious security failures had been weak. Often, higher senior officials have ultimately accepted responsibility for operational failure in circumstances where they had no direct control, end quote. The ARB statute permits a board only to make findings and recommendations. Any implementation of those recommendations must be done by the State Department. It is not an adjudicative process or body. As to personnel, the statute speaks only to recommendations that individuals be disciplined. As set forth by Congress in the ARB statute that governed the board's deliberations, discipline requires a finding that an individual breached his or her duties. The board came to understand this as a very high legal standard going well beyond negligence that requires affirmative misconduct or willful ignorance of responsibilities. Furthermore, discipline is a formal term meaning complete removal or demotion, removal from or demotion within the federal service. Other forms of significant administrative action, such as removal from a position or reassignment, are not considered formal discipline. The board has encouraged Congress to consider whether to amend the ARB statute so that unsatisfactory leadership performance by senior officials in relation to the security incident under review should be a potential basis for discipline recommendations by future ARBs. After careful review, the board found that no individual engaged in misconduct or willfully ignored his or her responsibilities, and thus we did not find reasonable cause to believe that an individual breached his or her duty. However, the board did find that 2 individuals demonstrated a lack of proactive leadership and management ability that significantly contributed to the precarious security posture of the Benghazi compound. The board recommended that the Secretary of State remove those 2 individuals from their positions. The board also concluded that the performance and leadership of 2 other individuals fell short of expectations, but did not recommend any specific personnel action. Following our report, all personnel decisions were made by the State Department. I have the greatest admiration for the service and the sacrifice of Ambassador Stevens, Sean Smith, Glenn Doherty, and Tyrone Woods. They were patriots and heroes in every sense of the word. They died dedicating their lives to our country. I have heartfelt sympathy for the families of these brave men. We should never forget their sacrifice. I believe we should honor them by doing everything in our power to ensure that the lessons learned from Benghazi never have to be learned again. The board's report was issued in that spirit and with that goal. And I look forward to your question.
Thank you, Admiral. Mr. Sullivan.
Good morning, Chairman Issa, Ranking Member Cummings, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for asking Todd Kiel and I to appear here today. The shootings at the Navy Yard, which occurred earlier this week in our nation's capital, reminds us all of the vulnerabilities and diversified threats we face every day, whether in our own backyard or on foreign soil. My thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and loved ones. In an environment where uncertainty permeates, one certainty we share is the necessary collaborative effort that is needed in our country to ensure the safety and security of all American lives. It is also a necessary certainty that we honor and protect the memories of those citizens who have been lost as a result of violent attacks with dignity and respect. As a federal agent for almost 35 years, my life has been and continues to be dedicated to contributing to improving America's security. From May 2006 through February 2013, I had the honor of serving as Director of the United States Secret Service under both Presidents Bush and Obama. As Director, I learned and understood the importance of having clear lines of authority and an organizational structure concerning security matters. I have also learned that things don't always go as planned. And when they don't, it is vital to implement lessons learned in an effort to prevent them from happening again. Mr. Chairman, I consider it an honor to have served with the panel members Todd Kiel, Richard Manlove, Raymond Mislock, Jr., Timothy Murphy, and staff Erica Licklider and Stephanie Murdoch. Our panel shares a combined experience of almost 170 years of security and law enforcement expertise. The panel's report reflects the independent views of the panel, based upon the members' best professional judgment, experience, and analysis of best practices, informed by interviews, travel, and research. It was a pleasure to serve with the other panel members, and I appreciate their professionalism and hard work. I would also like to acknowledge and thank the hundreds of people interviewed in the course of drafting this report from the U.S. government, private sector, international organizations, and foreign governments. The best practice panel was the result of the Accountability Review Board for Benghazi, which recommended that the Department of State establish a panel of outside independent experts with experience in high-risk, high-threat areas to support the Bureau of Diplomatic Security, identify best practices from other agencies and countries, and evaluate United States security platforms in high-risk, high-threat posts. Our report provides 40 recommendations in 12 different areas. In the panel's opinion, these recommendations, if adopted and implemented, will further strengthen the Department's ability to protect its personnel and work more safely on a global platform to achieve American foreign policy goals and objectives. The 12 areas of recommendations are organization and management, accountability, risk management, program criticality and acceptable risk, planning and logistics, lessons learned, training and human resources, intelligence, threat analysis, and security assessments, programs, resources, and technology, host nations and guard forces capability enhancement, regular evaluation, and change management, leadership, communications, and training. The Best Practices panel looked across a wide spectrum of private, government, and non-governmental organizations to identify effective measures to enhance the Department's ability to ensure a safe and secure environment for employees and programs. Not surprisingly, the panel found that many institutions, including governments, refer to diplomatic security as the gold standard for security and seek to model their services after diplomatic security. Nevertheless, any organization must continuously evolve and improve to adjust with a fluid and dynamic environment. The panel's view was that its recommendations should be realistic, achievable, and measurable. The findings and the recommendations of the ARB, as well as the recommendations of other Department of State reports and management studies, were reviewed in the context of the panel's own independent assessment and observations of the Department's security-related operations. Best practices were then identified to address shortcomings and provide mechanisms for further consideration by the Department. Among one of the most important of the recommendations is the creation of an Undersecretary for Diplomatic Security. It should be noted that this structural recommendation is not new and was suggested in an early report 14 years ago following the East Africa Embassy bombings. The way forward should be characterized by cooperative efforts that can provide a framework which will enhance the Department's ability to protect Americans. To be effective, we must be innovative so that we ensure institutions adapt and evolve to meet changing security requirements and needs. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Department of State, in particular overseas posts that hosted panel visits in the Bureau of Diplomatic Security, for the outstanding support provided to the panel during our endeavor. Thank you for your time, Chairman, Ranking Member, and we look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Kiel, I understand you do not have an opening statement. Would you like to say a few words? The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Issa, Ranking Member Cummings, and distinguished members of the committee for inviting Director Sullivan and I to testify today about our independent panel report on best practices in the aftermath of the tragic events that occurred in Benghazi, Libya. Our panel was committed to identifying best practices from throughout the U.S. government, the private sector, non-governmental organizations, and foreign governments, which can improve the security of U.S. diplomatic facilities abroad and enhance the safety of Department of State and Foreign Affairs agencies' personnel, not only in high-risk areas, but globally. We identified 40 recommendations to achieve this goal. Importantly, the panel affirmed what we already knew based on our professional experience, that the men and women of the State Department's Diplomatic Security Service are truly dedicated public servants and amongst the best in service to our great nation. Every day around the world, they face extreme challenges, unpredictable risks, and unknown events, but still provide a safe and secure environment for the conduct of U.S. foreign policy, and they do so with distinction. As we stated repeatedly throughout our report, best practices will not save lives unless they are resourced, implemented, and followed, not just accepted. As Director Sullivan stated, almost 14 years ago, a number of very similar recommendations were made after systematic failures were recognized as a result of the East African embassy bombings. And little has been accomplished by the Department of State since then to improve its approach to security, even after approval by then Secretary of State Albright to elevate the Bureau of Diplomatic Security and make other enhancements. Now is the time for the Department of State, with the support of Congress, to finally institutionalize some real, meaningful, and progressive change. The Department of State owes it to those people who have given their lives in service to our country and to those employees who continue to serve our country in some very dangerous locations around the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll now recognize myself, and I'll go in reverse order. Mr. Kiel, at the current time, isn't it true that both the facilities sufficiency and the sufficiency of diplomatic security rise to Undersecretary Kennedy? Effectively, he is the Undersecretary for Diplomatic Security at this time under the current structure. Isn't that true?
Sir, as we traveled around the world as part of our panel research and
No, Mr. Kiel, please. I have a very short time. You first start by saying yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, so he is, in fact, in a position where the pyramid rises to him. Your recommendation, and the recommendation 14 years ago, is that he be relieved of diplomatic security and that be placed in a separate undersecretary position. Is that correct?
Correct.
Wouldn't that create, by definition, a situation in which somebody would be responsible for the hardware, the facilities, including inman compliance, and somebody else would be responsible for the bodies and the support? Have you considered that, and how would we, or the Foreign Affairs Committee, structure that briefly?
Yes, we did consider that, and, sir, currently there's integration between Overseas Buildings Operations and the Bureau of Diplomatic Security.
But they all report to Undersecretary Kennedy.
They all report to Undersecretary Kennedy.
And wasn't the failure in Benghazi both a failure to have the facilities sufficient and a failure to have sufficient physical security in the way of armed personnel? Weren't those both failures that rose to one Undersecretary?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that doesn't mean I disagree with the findings now or 14 years ago, but clearly there was somebody who had both halves of it and both failed. My ranking member told Politico that we should listen carefully to the Ambassador and the Admiral, so I did. And Admiral, I think I heard you correctly, clearly saying that you had limitations in what the ARB mandate was, including that your limitations are you can't really, under the ARB, look at policy deficiencies, and that by definition you were mandated to look at the lowest level of operational failure, not the highest level of policy failure. Is that true?
I think the policy adjustments or policy issues were well within our mandate.
Well,
What I talked about in my opening statement is the constraint was in the discipline world.
Okay, so finding fault had to go to the lowest level, even though you looked at policy failures.
Finding fault had to go to the appropriate level.
Okay. Well, the decision to extend the facility for another year with limited protection and not meeting Inman or close to Inman standards was a decision made by Undersecretary Kennedy. So did you consider that policy error, the error to be there with insufficient physical and human resources, as a policy decision, or only that someone lower was responsible?
Actually, I think the decision, the memo, I think, to which you're referring,
the August memo,
Mr. Chairman, that Undersecretary Kennedy signed in December of 11 to
December of 2011,
was the result of a process inside the State Department, took everybody into consideration, and was approved to extend it. And I think that was pretty clear to everybody. It wasn't the establishment of the Special Mission Compound.
No, we understand that. We actually had testimony that they were under consideration on September 11th of extending it permanently, but the decision to keep them there and the reduction in the assets to protect it occurred and was decided on in December 2011.
The failure, Mr. Chairman, was not in the establishment or that memo. It was in the execution of what was laid out in that memo to include the requisite number of security personnel, which were rarely there over the course of the next year.
Okay. So whoever's responsible for not having enough security personnel is the person who failed.
That's actually where we ended up focusing the investigation, the review.
I think the final point that I want to make sure I get out is you had a mandate under the ARB. You've said essentially that changes in what the mandate are welcome, and you believe, both of you, I understand, believe that some changes to the ARB to make it more able to do more will be necessary. I pretty well heard that what the Foreign Affairs Committee is considering, not the specific legislation, but considering changes, is something both of you welcome, having gone through this process.
I think it's important, and yes, sir, I think for the lessons that we learn, absolutely. I think its independence is critical, as well as the anonymity of those who come to the table to make statements, so that those statements are made in the spirit of where we're trying to go and they don't feel limited.
And when I heard you, you said that both of you said that the administration, the Secretary and so on, made your job easy because you had full access to 100 witnesses and the attempt was to have full transparency.
Correct.
Do you think that Congress should have that same option? In other words, since the State Department has not made one of those witnesses you interviewed first available, meaning people in Benghazi who are fact witnesses, none have been made available. As a matter of fact, even the names have been, to the greatest extent possible, withheld from this committee. Do you believe that's appropriate, or do you believe that we should have access to fact witnesses as we review the process?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's, and I've been in government a long time, that's something that historically, and certainly in this case, has to be worked out between the Congress and the executive branch.
Admiral, if something like the Cole attack occurred again today, and Congress said we wanted to speak to people who were on the deck of that ship today, would you believe that we should have a right to speak to those people in order to understand the facts on the ground that day?
I honestly,
I'm asking from your experience.
I understand that. I don't know,
in a DOD framework.
I don't know what would limit you to do that, quite frankly.
I am in the process of issuing subpoenas because the State Department has not made those people available, has played hide-and-go-seek, and is now hiding behind a thinly veiled statement that there is a criminal investigation. As you know, there was a criminal investigation on the Cole at any time that Americans are killed abroad. So the answer, quite frankly, is we are not being given the same access that you had or Mr. Sullivan and his team had, and that's part of the reason that this investigation cannot end until the State Department gives us at least the same access that they gave your board. And with that, I recognize the ranking member for his questions.
Thank you very
much.
much.
Wait a second. Just 1 second. I apologize. I do have to make a technical correction, if you don't mind. It has come to our attention that there is a typo on page 25 of the majority staff report that has led to some misunderstanding about what Admiral Mullen told the committee about a conversation with Cheryl Mills. We have made a technical correction in our report to clarify that portion. The report will be correctly identifies Admiral Mullen's testimony as referring to Charlene Lamb's interview. The report includes the full text of Admiral Mullen's testimony, and the testimony speaks for itself. And the full transcript of the interview will be made available on our website immediately, and it should be clear that the typo was unintentional and has been corrected. And I now recognize the ranking member.
First of all, I want to thank the Chairman for addressing the last issue. That fact came out in our memo, by the way, and we made it clear that that was not correct. Admiral Mullen, as the former Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, you were the military expert on the ARB. Is that correct?
Correct.
Over and over again during the past year, Republican members of Congress, including several members of this committee, have impugned the integrity of our military forces and their leadership by suggesting that they withheld assistance on the night of the attacks for political reasons. Admiral Mullen, if you look on page 23 of our report, there's an excerpt from your interview with the committee in which you said this, and I will quote it for you. It says, quote, "I personally reviewed, and as the only military member of the ARB, I personally reviewed all the military assets that were in theater and available," end of quote. Admiral Mullen, in your review, did you have access to all military information, data, and people necessary to evaluate the military's response?
I did.
And I understand from your interview transcript that you conducted this examination not once but twice. Is that correct?
The first time, Mr. Cummings, was with all members of the ARB, we went to the Pentagon to review it in detail. And then the second time, I went back by myself when this became an issue that there were certainly questions being raised about. I went back again to verify and validate what I'd done before, and I found nothing different, and that the military response, the military did everything they possibly could that night. They just couldn't get there in time.
So just to be clear, you have 40 years of experience in the military and achieved the highest ranks. You had access to all the information and personnel you thought were necessary to investigate the interagency response on the night of the attack, and you personally reviewed everything twice. Do I have that right?
Correct.
You told the committee during your interview, and I quote, "I concluded after a detailed understanding of what had happened that night that from outside Libya that we'd done everything possible that we could." Is that right?
Correct.
Can you explain from your perspective what it means for the military to have done, quote, "everything possible," end of quote? What I'm getting at is, did the military really try everything? And I ask this for the families who want to know that the country their loved ones served did everything they could do for them.
Mr. Cummings, I worked for two presidents. The direction you get from a president in a situation like that is do everything you can. It's all the guidance that you need. Secretary Panetta and General Dempsey both testified to the specifics along the lines of in testimony early February, along the lines of what I found when I reviewed this on two occasions. It goes to our core when people are in trouble to do everything we possibly can to help them out. And there were many forces that moved that night, including a special operations force in Europe that ended up in a base in southern Europe, a large special operations force from the United States, which moved under direction as soon as they were given orders, a group of Marines that essentially were sent in from Spain into Tripoli the next day, It literally became, this is not something you can just wish to happen instantly. There's a lot of planning, preparation, as rapidly, to do it as rapidly as one can do it. And if I may, there's been great discussion given to fast movers. Could you get a jet over Benghazi because there are jets in Europe? We have our readiness condition on that particular night. There were no planes sitting at the ready. So it's 2 o'clock in the morning. There are no planes on alert. It's 2.5 to 3 hours to fly there. Tanker support is 4 hours away. You need host nation support for where they are to get permission to fly, particularly combat-ready jets out of that country. You've got to go get the bomb racks. You've got to put the munitions together. You've got to plan the mission. There are a tremendous number of details that have to go on. You have to bring the pilots in, pre-brief them, etc. It takes hours and hours and hours to do if you are not sitting at the ready when this happened. What has happened since then that I have been briefed on is the Defense Department, the Pentagon, has adjusted readiness of forces in certain parts of the world to respond. We are not big enough in the military to, and Ambassador Pickering will, I'm sure, echo this, we are not big enough in the military to be everywhere around the world to respond to where every embassy is that might be high risk. We have to take risk and figure that out.
So, Admiral, what do you say in response to those members who continue to this day to imply that the military somehow fell down on the job?
They didn't fall down on the job, and I just completely disagree with that view.
Now, Ambassador Pickering, I see you shaking your head. Would you comment? I have about a minute left.
I think the point that has just been made by Admiral Mullen is very important. We have over 270 consulates and embassies around the world in some very isolated and strange places. The responsibility for their primary security rests with the host country. Where that does not exist, as it did in Benghazi, it falls back on us to do it. The report we provided, you and others, provides the recommendations to deal with those particular cases. We are not able to count on the U.S. military, as Admiral Mullen said, always being positioned to come in short notice to deal with those issues, so we must do better on the ground.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now recognize Mr. Micah for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And many Americans have been waiting for this hearing. As I go back to my district, Admiral and Ambassador and others, I can't tell you how many times people have said, don't let Benghazi and what happened there be swept under the table. Unfortunately, and the ranking member mentioned this, that in my district, and the vast majority of Americans feel that your report was a whitewash. He said whitewash or cover-up, but that's what people feel. And they feel their government let them down. They feel that American public servants were lost there. And now the review doesn't really address anything. Nobody's been fired. Nobody's been dismissed. No one's been arrested for the murders. I can't tell you how frustrating this is. Do you understand where the American public is coming from, Admiral Mullen?
Mr. Micah, I understand what you're saying with respect to that.
Would you please put the mic a little closer, Admiral?
Sorry. I understand what you're saying.
But I'm just telling you how my people feel. So they want us to get to this. Then you look at who was interviewed, for example. You just got through, Admiral Mullen, saying that we seek direction from the President. You sought direction, and the President had to do this.
Mr. Micah, that was what the military got from the President.
But the military is the one that could have saved the day, and the Secretary of State, when you don't have a And for 14 years now, we haven't had an Undersecretary of Security, which was recommended. So someone was in charge. Mr. Kiel said he felt Kennedy or someone was in charge. But again, no one held accountable to this date. That's the way Congress feels and the American people feel. I tend to differ with you. I'm not the greatest military strategist, but Mr. Isa and I were, in January, we were at least at one post. I know of at least 3 other posts we could have launched an attack. The attack started at 9:45. We might not have been able to save the first 2, the ambassador and his colleague, but the SEAL should never have died. It was 9:45. It was a 5:15 to 5:30 when they died. You testified a few minutes, 2.5 to 3 hours. There is no reason that we couldn't launch from at least 3 locations I've visited and been told that we have in place people monitoring the situation, particularly and specifically in Africa and North Africa. And if we aren't, shame on us.
What I said was 10 to 20 hours to get
that should not be the case.
And
I was advised as a member of Congress when I visited and sat down at one of those locations that we could launch almost immediately to rescue American personnel or American citizens in danger. So there's something wrong there. Then again, investigating people above. It's all below the lower level, of which nobody, a couple of people temporarily moved, all with pay into other positions. You didn't interview the Secretary of State. She appointed 4 out of the 5 members, is that correct, of the board?
She did.
Yes. And it looks like sort of an inside job of investigation, the Department of State looking at the Department of State. And you had difficulty. Now, again, you testified you didn't have difficulty, Mr. Admiral Mullen, but 2 witnesses interviewed by the committee testified that ARB member Richard Shenick told them that it was a difficult process, that the board was having a tough time obtaining details or context. Another witness stated, I said, Dick, how's the ARB going? And Dick said, Ray, it's going slow. We're not getting any details. We're not getting any context.
Well, we got lots of details and lots of
Yes, but we are the Congress of the United States, and we aren't getting that. You just heard the chairman, the delay. We can't get access to witnesses. I had somebody come up to me the other day. I don't know if it's true. They say they're conducting lie detector tests of some of these people to see if they've talked to us. This is the stuff that's going on out there that the American people feel that justice is not prevailing in this case. Again, you didn't investigate if, okay, you didn't go to Clinton. How about the Deputy Secretary, William Burns? Was he interviewed?
We talked to both Mr. Burns and Mr. Knighties, both Deputy Secretaries of State. At the time that we got to them, as it was with Secretary Clinton, we had very clear evidence, full and complete to our information, that the authority, the responsibility, the accountability rested with the people we identified.
They're not on the list, unfortunately, of the ARB. Finally, when Secretary Clinton testified, she said, I talked to the president at the end of the day, but I'd been in constant communication with the National Security Advisor. I guess it was Tom Donilon at the time, the staff told me. Did you interview Tom Donilon?
We did not, because we saw no evidence he made any of the decisions that we in the board were asked by the Congress to investigate with respect to the security, and we followed the precepts that Admiral Mullen has just outlined for you, not to go for the people who didn't make the decisions, but to go, following the will of Congress, to the people who made the decisions, and indeed we went to the people who reviewed those decisions.
I thank the gentleman.
Secretary wasn't involved. I must be on another planet. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. We now go to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank all of the witnesses, not just for being here today, but for your service in relation to the panels that you recently filed reports with. Look, Admiral, I don't know, I don't pretend, at least as a member here, to know better about what could have been done than somebody who served in the military as long and distinguished a career as you did. And no matter how many bases I visit, I don't think I'll pretend that I have more knowledge or experience or ability than you do. So I'm going to accept your word that you reviewed not once but twice all of the possibilities that were there and found, and came to a conclusion that everything that could be done would be done. I think it's important for the families to know that. We shouldn't be surprised that some people in the public are confused, because there have been misstatements plastered all over the place on TV and not retracted even when they're shown to be absolutely wrong. So there would be some confusion out there on that basis. But the Chairman's staff report that was released earlier this week concluded that the ARB's independence was undermined and that board members had actual and perceived, and I put that in quotes, conflicts of interest. Admiral Mullen and Ambassador Pickering, that's a very serious charge. Challenges the integrity of the unanimous report, but also challenges fundamentally your own integrity. And I want to give you each an opportunity to respond to those allegations. But first, I want to again acknowledge that you both served our nation for decades in some of the most senior positions in your fields. You've served Republican and Democrat, and you've won so many awards and promotions, respectively, that if I listed them all here, would eat up the rest of my time. You agreed to volunteer months of your time to serve on this ARB. So Admiral Mullen and Ambassador Pickering, can each of you explain why you agreed to serve on the board?
As the ranking minority member made clear, and as my testimony and my deposition, which is available to everybody, made clear, I served first because the Secretary of State asked me to take on a tough job, and I'd been doing that for my life, and my sense of service to my country said this is not something that I should turn down anyway, anyhow. Secondly, I made it very clear that Chris Stevens gave me 2 years of help and service as Undersecretary of State, and I had a personal debt of honor to Chris to take this on. Thirdly, I felt very strongly that we needed quickly to know what went wrong and then how to fix it, and that was the function of the ARB, and I believe we carried out to the best of our ability that particular function. Finally, I had no sense anywhere that there was any conflict of interest. I spent 42 years in the State Department. I knew many of the officers concerned. I have to tell you, full, fair, and free, this was not an exercise in any personal sense of debt or obligation to any of those people. And I believe that the comments on the report, that it was hard-hitting, that it called the shots the way it should have, in my view, is the best summation of what we tried to do, free of political influence, free of conflict, and I'm proud of the report, sir.
I was served, first of all, because I was asked to do it, Mr. Tierney. Secondly, we lost 4 great Americans that night. I have, certainly in the last 10 years or so, been with so many of those in uniform as well as those who serve in the State Department around the world in some very, very difficult posts. And I thought I could, certainly with my experience, contribute from the professional standpoint, and particularly from the military perspective, on what happened that night, and wanted to be able to do that. At its core, it's still who I am, which is a servant of this country, and when asked to go do that, it was pretty easy to say yes.
Thank you. You know, the ARB staff comments were made by the Republican staff report. They said, and I quote, Undersecretary for Management Patrick Kennedy supervises selection of the Benghazi ARB staff. This places staff in a position in which their duties require them to evaluate the performance of supervisors, colleagues, and friends. Close quote. Ambassador Pickering, how do you respond to the notion that the selection of staff created inappropriate conflict of interest?
My understanding of the role of Secretary Kennedy was that he made clear he did not participate. That seemed to have been an error somewhere, and that testimony, I think, is now in the minority report. I think, secondly, my judgment of the staff performance was that I saw no hint of any favoritism or preference. I saw a staff that worked many extra hours, that looked very carefully at all the issues, that did extraordinary research for us, was highly responsible to us. But in every case, Mr. Tierney, we all reviewed the final report many times. We each made contributions, and the unanimous view of this 5-member panel is they took full responsibility and approved every word of that report.
Ambassador, then the Chairman's report also raises questions about your recommendation of Board Member Catherine Bertini. Do you in any way believe that your recommendations of Catherine Bertini created a conflict of interest, and can you explain who she is and why you recommended her as a board member?
No, I was asked in the course of an early discussion who I thought might usefully serve on the board from outside the State Department. And I gave a list of names to Undersecretary Kennedy, who was accumulating those for Secretary Clinton. Large number of the people that I put on the list were not selected. Catherine Bertini was selected. She had, in my view, an outstanding reputation. She ran the World Food Program, a multi-billion-dollar enterprise of the UN. She was Under-Secretary General of the UN for Management. She has a distinguished record as a professor of public policy. And I knew, in fact, that her own political background was on the opposite side to the party in power.
Thank you, sir. Yield back.
When the staff report talked about conflicts, isn't it true that there were no true outsiders? There were no advocates for the families. There were no people whose service outside of government could have caused them to be skeptical. But in fact, each of you, and Ambassador, you said you had no conflict. Well, at the same time, you talked about 42 years in the organization you were overseeing. If we looked at the bank failures of 2007 and brought Jamie Dimon in to head the board, some might say that there was an inherent conflict because of his experience and life. Wouldn't you agree that, in fact, your makeup was a makeup of people like Admiral Mullen, who was responsible for the policy ultimately, just before he left as Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, that had no response to this 9/11 attack, and, of course, you had years of viewing things through an ambassador's eyes?
Mr. Chairman, with greatest respect, this was not, quote, a gotcha investigative panel. The responsibilities were to provide recommendations to see that we do our best never to let this happen again. Would you choose, put it this way, someone with no experience to come in and investigate and carry forward the work? We used to, years ago, elect military officers. We stopped that a long time ago. I suspect that brain surgery was one of the most early professionalized occupations in the world. Why would you choose a panel of people who knew nothing about the responsibilities, nothing about how and in what way they were carried out? The value of this panel was that 3 were from outside and only 2 of us were from inside, hopefully to give precisely the cross-current of controversy, discussion, questioning, and examination that you yourself just expressed the hope that we had. We, sir, had that.
I appreciate that. Obviously, this was not a gotcha panel because nobody was gotcha'd. Admiral?
I would, with great respect, say we gave 4 names to the Secretary of State that we believed were failing in their senior leadership and management responsibilities.
So it's your testimony today that something should have happened. They should not be on the job, not having lost a day's pay.
We made recommendations that 2 of those people removed from their job.
So people should have been fired that have not been fired.
Fired is a discipline. It is a different set of circumstances. I cannot respond
so accountability
for the Secretary of State and what he or she has.
But wouldn't you agree there was no accountability?
No, there was accountability.
On a point of order?
And we identified it.
Are we going to balance out the time at some point?
Yeah, to be honest, the gentleman went over. I was trying to make this quick. Mr. Duncan is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And earlier you commended Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen. I want to commend you and your staff for the very thorough way that you have attempted to get the full story of this Benghazi situation and incident. Let me just say this. Ever since some well-publicized embassy bombings in 1998 and then again after the events of 9/11, the Congress has approved whopping increases, many billions of extra and additional funding for embassy security around the world. Yet the ARB report found that, quote, Embassy Tripoli did not demonstrate strong and sustained advocacy with Washington for increased security for Special Mission Benghazi. I'd like to ask Ambassador Pickering or Admiral Mullen, how did you come to that conclusion where there specific documents that led you to that statement, or
Yes, Mr. Duncan, it was a combination of documents and the personal interviews with the people who made the recommendations.
All right. Admiral, okay.
No,
Also,
I would agree with what Ms. Pickering, what Ambassador Pickering said.
Your report says on page 4 that, quote, systematic failures and leadership and management deficiencies at senior levels within 2 bureaus of the State Department resulted in a special mission security posture that was inadequate for Benghazi and grossly inadequate to deal with the attack. What were the systematic failures and leadership that you're talking about in that statement?
Briefly, sir, a constant churn in personnel, including security personnel, with an average stay time in Benghazi of 40 days or less, and as well differential and uncertain and in sometimes negative attitudes toward security physical improvements of the post are 2 examples.
I would add to that, sir, that the application of resources over time, whether it was from inside the security branch of the State Department or inside the buildings branch, the training of personnel before they went for the right kind of high-threat training, the physical upgrades that had been sought, and that because the rotations were occurring so quickly, the continuity of achieving those physical upgrades, the stovepipes that no leader, and we've focused on the key leaders in our report, saw fit to cross to make things happen from a leadership perspective. So there was an active interventionist kind of leadership, and we particularly focused on the people with the knowledge in security who actually were making the decisions. So it was as well as knowledge in the area. So that would be the NEA Bureau as well.
Well, you said the knowledge that was available, and several people in the chairman just talked about how that no one has been held accountable in the way that most American people would consider accountability in this situation. And Admiral Mullen, in your interview with the committee, you were asked about a man named Ray Maxwell, and you said nobody had the picture like he did.
Ray Maxwell was in a position in the NEA Bureau where his whole portfolio were these 4 countries in the Maghreb, including Libya. As was stated earlier, there was a tremendous amount of instability throughout the Middle East, not just the demonstrations, but clearly the evolution of what had happened in Egypt and Syria as well. So as you neck down, and you have the Assistant Secretary Jones, who's very focused on the whole region to include those crises, and you come down under her, the individual with, from my perspective, the focus, the knowledge, the portfolio, the day-to-day focus was Mr. Maxwell. And I was, quite frankly, taken back significantly that he had, from my perspective, removed himself from those responsibilities in terms of what was going on in Libya. I was shocked, actually, based on his interview.
I had to slip out briefly to another committee, and maybe you've already answered this, but were you surprised or shocked that he or any of these other 3 people, the top 4 that have been removed, that no one was fired?
We've talked about the constraints of the law, and those are very real constraints. And if I could, oftentimes this gets equated, and you brought up the coal. So this gets equated to the military. So when we have a military commander that fails, we quote unquote fire them. What that really is, in essence, is we move him or her out of that job. They are not dismissed from the federal service unless you get into the criminal, unless they go through the criminal proceedings, and they are dismissed as a result of a court-martial. So there is this mismatch of the perception of you fire people in the military all the time. What you really do is you move them out of a job. They still are in the federal service.
So you don't fire them in the way they would be fired in the private sector.
Where they are no longer part of the organization.
Right.
No,
All
sir.
right. Thank you.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
But isn't it true, in the military, you'd get an adverse OER, you'd never be promoted again in all likelihood, and your career would be over, and on an up-or-out basis, you have a limited time before you're going to be forced out, and if you're a second, first lieutenant, you're going to be forced out before you're eligible for retirement. So in the military, isn't there a level of ultimate accountability in which your career is over and you know it at that moment?
Absolutely, and I'd let Ambassador Pickering speak to how that works in the State or in the foreign
I think there's an
system.
exact parallel. Exact parallel. If you're removed from a job, particularly under the circumstances that have to do with something like Benghazi, your future career is, in my view, finished.
Thank you. Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the ranking member. I want to thank the panelists for helping us with our work. To begin, I want to offer my prayers and condolences to the Stevens family, the Smith family, the Woods and Doherty families for their loss. I think we can only hope that their grief and the burden that they now carry might be lightened a little bit by knowing that it is shared by so many across this nation, and perhaps by knowing the high regard with which our government holds the breadth of their family's service and the depth of their sacrifice. Also, as has been mentioned, I think it's important that we remember these four individuals were among our nation's very best, who accepted great personal risk to do a very dangerous job. And in that sense, I think it somehow diminishes their memory to think of them as victims. Far from it. These four men, I think it is better to honor them and their memories by recalling that they were very dedicated patriots. They are American heroes. They trained long and hard, and they prepared long and hard, and with extreme bravery, they went out. They went out to meet the challenges that they faced, and they loved doing so on behalf of this country. Now, Admiral Mullen, in your interview with the committee, you said that during an unfolding crisis like this, the President is likely to tell their military leaders to, quote, do everything possible to respond, and this is basically the direction they need to start moving assets forward and formulating a response. Is that basically your testimony?
That's my experience with two presidents.
Okay, terrific. Did it happen in this case?
Yes.
Did you find that the Defense Department, the State Department, and the intelligence community engaged quickly after the President gave them the green light?
As rapidly as they possibly could.
Okay. Ambassador Pickering, the committee had the opportunity to interview, our committee had the opportunity to interview Jake Sullivan, the former Director of Policy Planning at the State Department. And he told us, this is a rather lengthy quote, but he told us that Secretary Clinton and other senior officials were heavily engaged on the night of the attacks. And let me read you what he said exactly, and this is a quote. Secretary Clinton was receiving reports of what was happening, and she made a series of phone calls as a result of that and gave direction to Pat Kennedy, to diplomatic security, to Beth Jones, to do everything possible with respect to our own resources and with respect to Libyan resources to try to respond to this situation. She was deeply engaged. She not only was receiving regular reports and updates, but she was proactively reaching out. She spoke with Director Petraeus. She spoke with the National Security Advisor on more than one occasion. She participated in the secure video teleconference system, and she made other phone calls that night. And from the time she first learned of it, Secretary Clinton was this was the only thing that she was focused on. So, Ambassador Pickering, Mr. Sullivan's statements consistent with what you found regarding interagency response?
Yes, they're consistent with what we heard principally from Mrs. Jones and from Undersecretary Kennedy, from their perspectives, and what we heard and what the committee heard and what the public heard from Gregory Hicks, who was in charge at Tripoli after the death of Ambassador Stevens.
Very good. And were State Department officials immediately engaged as the attacks unfolded?
They were, sir, in multiple ways and through multiple channels.
And in your opinion, did they do everything that they could that night?
I believe they did.
Okay. My time is going short, but Admiral Mullen and Ambassador Pickering, I have followed both your careers. They are your reputation is impeccable, and your service to this country has been in the highest standards of State Department and Defense Department. And I just want to say, I think at times you have been treated unfairly, and that your body of work and diligence has not been appreciated by some. And I just think that you are owed a debt of gratitude for your years of public service, number one, and also your diligence and your energy and honesty and integrity during this whole process. And I just want to thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. I'll recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Mullen, in your testimony, your written testimony today, fourth paragraph, you say, "We operated independently and were given freedom to pursue the investigation as we deemed necessary." In your interview with the committee staff, transcribed interview, the committee asked you, the ARB is supposed to be set up as an independent review board. Did you have any questions about the independence of the board? Your response, from my perspective, the most important descriptive characteristic of it was that it would be independent. Is that all accurate?
Correct.
Okay. In that same interview with committee staff, you were asked, did you update the State Department in the course of the ARB? You replied, quote, "Shortly after we interviewed Ms. Lamb, Charlene Lamb, I initiated a call to Ms. Mills to give her a heads up because at this point, Ms. Lamb was on the list to come over here to testify." Now, is the over here to testify, is that in reference to when Ms. Lamb testified in front of this committee?
In October.
In October?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this Ms. Mills you refer to here, is this the same Ms. Mills who is Cheryl Mills, Chief of Staff and Counselor to the Secretary of State?
It is.
All right, and this is the same Ms. Mills that Greg Hicks testified when he was in front of the committee last spring, that when she calls, you take her call. It's a call you don't always want to get, but it's one you always take. That's the same Cheryl Mills we're talking about?
Except that that's what you say he's...
Later in that same response to the committee's question about you updating the State Department in the course of the ARB, you said this: "So essentially, I gave Ms. Mills, Cheryl Mills, Chief of Staff, Counselor to the Secretary of State, a heads up. I thought that her appearance, Charlene Lamb, could be a very difficult appearance for the State Department."
Correct.
Now, here's what I'm wondering. My guess is a lot of people are wondering. If this is so independent, why are you giving the State Department a heads up about a witness coming in front of this committee?
We had just completed, within a day or two of that phone call,
Wait, so you had a phone call with Ms. Mills?
No,
Is that what we're talking
yes, about? I mean, I think that's what my statement said.
Okay.
But no, we had just completed the interview with Ms. Lamb, and as someone who...
Well, that raises an important question.
Could I answer your question?
Yes, you can.
So, as someone having run a department and spent many, many times trying as a leader of a department to
let me ask you, my time is winding down fast. Let me ask you this. Let me ask this, Admiral.
Let me answer this, would you please?
Well, let me ask you this, because this is important. The ARB was formed on October 3rd, correct?
Correct.
All right. Charlene Lamb came in front of this committee October 10th.
Correct.
7 days later.
Right.
So why was she one of the first people you interviewed?
She was
why not?
She was one of the first people interviewed because she was the one in control of diplomatic security decisions.
How did you know she was on the list? Who told you she was testifying in front of Congress?
It was public knowledge that she
That's usually not made public till a few days before.
Well, by the time I knew it.
So what day did you interview? What day did you interview Charlene Lamb? Do you know?
Between the 3rd and the 10th.
Okay, and then when did you talk to Cheryl Mills? Right after that?
No, not right after that. I'd say within 24 hours, and specifically to give her a heads up that I didn't think that Charlene Lamb would be a witness at that point in time that would represent the department well. Specific, and I had run a department, worked a lot.
Yeah, but again,
worked a lot historically
we've been told
to get the best.
We've been told that the ARB is an independent review. In fact, you said it. You've said it twice. You said it in front of the committee staff. You said it in your statement today.
Correct.
And yet, within a week, you're giving the counselor to the Secretary of State a heads up about a witness who you think is not going to be a good witness when it comes in front of the committee investigating. You know what else happened between October 3rd and October 10th? Congressman Chaffetz, sitting in the chair, went to Libya, and on that trip for the first time under what Greg Hicks testified in front of this committee last spring, State Department, Cheryl Mills sent a staff lawyer on that trip, and Greg Hicks testified first time in all his years in diplomatic service where that lawyer was instructed to be in every single meeting Jason Chaffetz had with Greg Hicks. That also happened. Did you and Cheryl Mills talk about that?
No.
That also happened. And Greg Hicks also testified that when there was a meeting at a classified level that this staff lawyer was not eligible to attend, he got a phone call quickly thereafter from Cheryl Mills saying, why in the world did you let this meeting take place where this lawyer couldn't be in that meeting? And this is the same Cheryl Mills in that same time frame you're given a heads up to, and yet we're supposed to believe this report is independent.
I actually rest very comfortable it is independent.
Let me ask you one last question because my time is out. Did Cheryl Mills, two last questions if I could, Mr. Chairman, did Cheryl Mills get to see this report before it went public?
We had a draft report when it was wrapped up. We specifically briefed the Secretary of State for a couple of hours, and Ms. Mills was in.
So both Cheryl Mills and Hillary Clinton got to see this report before it went public?
It was submitted. The report was submitted to her. The Secretary of State made a decision.
So before December 18th, they both got to see it. If I could, one last question. Let me just ask this, Admiral Mullen. So if an Inspector General, if you learned that an Inspector General in the course of an investigation informed its agency leadership that a witness scheduled to testify before Congress would reflect poorly on the agency, would you have concerns about an Inspector General doing the same thing you did?
The intent of
no, that's yes or no. If an Inspector General did what you guys did, would you have concerns about that?
The intent of what I did was to give the leadership in the State Department a heads up with respect to Ms.
You gave
Mr. Chairman,
not only gave him a heads up, you let him see the final product before it went public.
Sorry, the gentleman's time is expired.
And I would ask that our witness, that Mr. Connolly, be given the same amount of time.
Absolutely.
I thank the Chair and I thank the Ranking Member. I welcome the panel, and I do want to say to family members, I have heartache for your loss. I just lost 3 constituents at the Navy Yard last week. I'm old enough to remember Lebanon, where our embassy was bombed not once but twice. I lost a good friend in that embassy bombing in the early 80s. And then, of course, we also lost our Marine amphibious unit. Well over 100 lives were lost. I don't remember, Mr. Pickering, an ARB at that time. Was there an ARB?
No, it was before ARB became a practice,
right.
Mr. Connolly.
So we lost our embassy, dozens of deaths. We lost the MAU at the Beirut airport with over 100 deaths of young Marines. I don't remember any investigation. I don't remember any charges. I don't remember the Democrats exploiting Ronald Reagan's management of that incident. We understood it was a national tragedy, and we tried to come together. I say to all 4 of you, I deeply regret the tone of this hearing, but it's typical, unfortunately, of all too many of the so-called investigations into Benghazi, where apparently there's an agenda, and the agenda isn't getting at the truth. It's getting at somebody. In fact, the chairman used the word gotcha. Seems to be regret that there wasn't enough gotcha. And so we're going to make up for it by getting you and trying to besmirch the reputations, particularly the chairman and co-chairman of this ARB, who are among the finest civil servants in their respective fields to serve this country in their generation. And I just say to you, there are many who see through that and understand that innuendo and smear and insinuation and badgering aren't going to cloud the truth, that a tragedy occurred, and it occurred because terrorists perpetrated terror. And we're trying to find out, as you most certainly tried to find out in the ARB, how can we learn from that tragedy? How can we make sure there aren't more grieving families before us? How can we make sure we're better prepared? And I thank you for the courage you've shown, not only in undertaking that investigation, but in withering the partisanship that has clouded this investigation. Admiral Mullen, speaking of which, in an entirely partisan report leaked to the press not shared with this side of the committee, which should give you a big fat hint as to what the intent is. You were the subject of an allegation. I'll follow up on the questioning just now, where, quote, Mullen put Cheryl Mills on notice in advance of her interview that the board's questions could be difficult for the State Department under the title that you gave Ms. Mills an inappropriate heads up prior to her ARB interview. I want to give you an opportunity to respond to that allegation.
I called, as I tried to say, I called Ms. Mills, having interviewed actually the ARB had interviewed Ms. Lamb very early in the process, prior to the first testimony here on the Hill on, I think, the 10th of October. And I was particularly concerned because I had run a major organization, a couple of them, and I'd always worked to provide the best witnesses to represent the organization on the Hill. It was very early in the process as far as what had happened. There were many unknowns. I was concerned about her level of experience, and I expressed that to Ms. Mills, and that was it.
You don't think that you gave an inappropriate heads up to Ms. Mills? Did you give an inappropriate heads up to Charlene Lamb?
No. No, and in fact, with respect to the independence piece, it never had an impact.
Ambassador Pickering, did you want to comment on that?
I would. I think that there are two issues running here. I think Admiral Mullen has clearly explained what he did and why. I think it had nothing to do with the ARB. I do think the Republican text which you cited is an error. It had nothing to do with testimony by Cheryl Mills before the ARB. The third point is that I believed from the beginning of the ARB, since we were to report to the Secretary, that it was my obligation as chairman from time to time to talk to the Secretary through the Chief of Staff about our progress, about where we were going, about, in fact, the timing of the report, and, in fact, what our expectations were with respect to the timing of conclusion, all of which I believed was in full keeping with our obligation to the Secretary to give the best possible report. There was no direction, there was no feedback, there was no request to do this, that, or the other thing. And that happened every couple of weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I have one more minute, and I want to ask just one question. Mr. Admiral Mullen, one of the things that's seemingly been disproved time and time again, but it keeps on coming up as recently as our hearing on Benghazi yesterday at the Foreign Affairs Committee. And that is the canard that there was an order to stand down, that somebody gave a command that the military was not to respond. Could you put that allegation to rest? Did that, in fact, happen, or did it not?
An order to stand down was never given. This specifically refers to the 4 special operators that were in Tripoli. They had finished at DCM Hicks's direction supporting movement of American personnel in Tripoli from the embassy compound into a safer place. Having finished that, as every military person, active or retired, would want to do, they want to go to the fight to try to help. He checked, Lieutenant Colonel Gibson checked up his chain of command, which was the Special Operations Command and AFRICOM, and the direction that he got was to hold in place. He was remissioned then to support the security and the evacuation. And in fact, only in hindsight, had they gone, and we had a very good understanding of what was going on then with respect to the evacuation. Had they actually gotten on an airplane, they would have taken medical capability that was needed out of Tripoli and most likely crossed en route with the first plane that was evacuating Benghazi at the time.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gentlemen, this time has expired. Yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Stevens, Smith, Woods, and Doherty, God bless them. That's what this is all about. Admiral Mullen, I'd like to direct my questions to you. Within the Department of Defense, was there an after-action review or report that was done, and did you read it?
There always is, and I haven't seen it, no.
My understanding, there isn't a report, and for you to come to the conclusions that you did without reviewing such a report, or if there is a review, or is such a review or report, is something the committee wants to further explore. It seems odd and mysterious there is no such report, and that you would not have reviewed that. Did the ARB ever talk to Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Gibson?
We did not.
Did you or anybody in the ARB speak with anybody from the Office of Security Cooperation located at the embassy?
We were in touch with and spoke with, actually interviewed the defense attaché.
But not within the Office of Security Cooperation. What about, who is Colonel George Bristol?
I don't know.
He is the commander of Joint Special Operations Task Force Trans-Sahara, directly responsible for the Office of Security Cooperation, and was not interviewed by the ARB. Did you ever speak with Rear Admiral Richard Landolt, Director of Operations for AFRICOM?
Not directly, no.
And nobody within the ARB did as well?
No, but actually, we were certainly aware of his input, having interviewed, having spoken with the Joint Staff and the Director of Operations on the Joint Staff.
He was the Director of Operations AFRICOM and was not interviewed by the ARB.
That's different from the Joint Staff.
Yes, I understand, and he was not interviewed. The Rear Admiral Brian Losey, do you know who he is?
I do.
He's the Commander, Special Operations Command. At the time of Benghazi attack, did you or the ARB interview him?
We didn't.
Did you speak with Vice Admiral Charles Joe Leidig, Deputy to the Commander for Military Operations there at AFRICOM?
We spoke to actually General Ham, who was his boss.
But all of these people that I named off directly involved in the operations that night, and one of the concerns is you didn't read an after-action report or review. We don't even know if there's one that's been done. All of these people are directly involved. They were not engaged in this. What time did
I effectively, when I went back, particularly the second time, listened to an after-action report with respect to what happened that night.
We all know.
I stand by what they did and what I saw.
We understand that General Ham was in Washington, D.C. He was not at Stuttgart. He was not in Libya. These people were. What time did the Department of Defense ask Libya for permission for flight clearance?
Actually, General Ham was involved throughout. We're able to do that globally.
I understand he was involved, but he was not at Stuttgart. He was not in Libya. The question is, did the Department of Defense ever ask Libya for permission for flight clearance? I believe the answer is no.
Do I get to answer the questions?
Yeah, I'm asking if that's the correct.
What kind of flight clearance are you talking about?
So that we could fly our military assets over there. We already had permission to fly. The answer is no, correct?
Correct. Well, I take that back. The assets that came from Germany, specifically, we received permission to put them in.
That was the medical. Let me keep moving. When specifically did the United States military reach out to our NATO partners, given their close proximity? When did that happen?
Actually, I don't think it did.
And that's one of the concerns. The Italians had more than 50 tornadoes less than 35 minutes away from Benghazi. We didn't even ask them. Never even asked why. You presided.
Mr. Chavez.
There's not a question in there, with all due respect, Admiral. Next thing, specifically, when did the United States jets, tankers, whatever you need to do a show of force, when were they called up? When were they put on alert?
They were specifically looked at as to whether or not they could get there in time, and they couldn't. That was the decision that was made.
Here's the problem.
Actually, their readiness status was upgraded.
You said that no planes were at the ready. That was your testimony. In Cairo, Admiral, with all due respect.
At the time of the attack, Mr. Chavez, the readiness status, there were no strip alert aircraft ready to go.
And that's a fundamental problem and challenge that I think we have to look at. In Cairo, hours earlier, the demonstrators had breached a wall, gone over a 12-foot wall. They had torn down the American flag. They put up an al-Qaeda-type flag. It was Libya after the revolution on 9/11. We had been bombed twice prior. The British ambassador had the assassination attempt, and nobody is leaning forward. There's nobody that's ready to go. Were the closest assets truly in Djibouti? Is that where the closest assets were?
Physically in Djibouti? I think it was between Djibouti and other places in Europe.
Europe actually had more assets that were closer than Djibouti,
Yes,
correct?
sir. They were not in a readiness condition to respond.
And that's what we fundamentally do not understand. Did you talk to anybody who did want to move forward? Was there anybody that you came across that did want to engage?
Everybody in the military wanted to move forward. Everybody in the military wanted to do as much as they can. There were plenty of assets moving. It became a physics problem, and it's a time and distance problem. Certainly that is who we are, to try to help when someone's in harm's way.
And the fundamental problem is they didn't. They didn't get there in time. I'm telling you, if you look at Glenn Doherty, you look at or Tyrone Woods, they ran to the sound of the guns. There are other people that wanted to go, like Lieutenant Colonel Gibson. I wish you or the ARB had spoken to them, because it is embarrassment to the United States of America that we could not get those assets there in time to help those people. We didn't even try. We didn't ask for permission. We didn't ask for flight clearances. We didn't even stand up the assets that we had in Europe. Didn't even try.
I just disagree with what you're saying, Mr. Chairman.
You just told me that they did not even get to the ready. They were never asked. You presided as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs when we bombed Libya for months. We did so in connection with our NATO partners, and you never asked those NATO partners to help and engage that night.
I actually commanded NATO forces, and the likelihood that NATO could respond in a situation like that was absolutely zero.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Ms. Beers be given an extra minute and a half, and so that she can clear up some of what you just said, which we, on this side of the aisle, consider to be misleading.
Take exception with the last part, but the gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I am so outraged by the conduct of this committee today. There's 83 years worth of service to this country by these two men, and they're being treated shabbily. And I apologize to you for what I find to be just totally unnecessary. We're trying to get to the facts. We're trying to prevent this from happening again, and badgering you does not achieve that goal. Now, let me also point out that there has been a classified briefing, Mr. Chairman, on the whole issue of whether Lieutenant Colonel Gibson was told to stand down. It was an Armed Services Committee subcommittee meeting. I was there at it. There was a press release that was put out by the subcommittee after that classified briefing, and I want to read to you what was posted. During the attack, Colonel Bristol was traveling in Africa. Unreliable communications prohibited him from participating in the attack response beyond an initial conversation with Lieutenant Colonel Gibson and Rear Admiral Losey. Colonel Bristol confirmed to committee that in his role, he gave Lieutenant Colonel Gibson initial freedom of action to make decisions in response to the unfolding situation in Benghazi. Lieutenant Colonel Gibson previously testified to the committee that, contrary to some reports, he was at no point ordered to stand down, but rather to remain in Tripoli to defend American embassy there in anticipation of possible additional attacks and to assist the survivors as they returned from Benghazi. Colonel Bristol confirmed this account of events. When, I ask, will we ever listen to the facts? This came out of the subcommittee of the Armed Services Committee, chaired by a Republican colleague. These are the facts. Let me move on and ask Admiral Mullen a question as well. Another allegation has been made by many Republicans, including that the military should have sent the F-16s or other fighter planes to fly over Benghazi. I think that was a series of questionings just prior to mine. Mr. Issa stated on national radio, you still have to say, why weren't there aircraft and capability headed toward them at flank speed? And the next time this happens, can we count on this President, the Secretary, to actually care about people in harm's way as they are being attacked by al-Qaeda elements? There are some things wrong with this statement. And I don't know where to start, but how about this? Do you agree the President of the United States and Secretary of State, and I quote, do not care about people in harm's way?
I do not agree with that.
With respect to flying jets over Benghazi, page 32 of our report includes an excerpt from your interview transcript where you explain that these planes would have needed refueling maybe twice en route. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's basically the same thing General Dempsey, the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said in his testimony 4 months earlier before the Senate Armed Services Committee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
After conducting your own independent review of the military assets, did you reach the same conclusion as General Dempsey?
I did.
In fact, on page 31 of our report, we quote from your interview transcript, "There's no one I've ever met in military that wouldn't want to get help there instantly. The physics of it, the reality of it, it just wasn't going to happen for 12 to 20 hours. And I validated that in my review when I went to the Pentagon to look at every single asset that was postured in theater, including those jets in Aviano." Is that correct?
Correct.
So, Admiral Mullen, both former Secretary Gates and former Secretary Panetta raised other risk-based concerns about sending aircraft to fly over Benghazi on the nights of the attack. Are you familiar with their concerns, and do you agree with them?
I am familiar with their concerns, and you always have to assess the risks in a situation like that. My own experience is that certainly our military is prepared to go into high-risk environments if they're able to do that. There was an awful lot that night, back to what we've talked about, that precluded that. It wasn't for lack of the desire to do that or help someone in harm's way. The other thing I would talk briefly about is the whole issue of the situation under the circumstances in which Tyrone Woods and Glenn Doherty actually gave their lives. And in fact, they were killed in a they had just relieved 2 individuals on top of the building. Shortly after that, there were 3 mortar rounds that landed very accurately in a very short period of time in the middle of the night from a place nobody really knew where that mortar fire was coming from. And that's how they lost their lives in the end. So even the likelihood that we could have provided some kind of overflight over a long period of time, the likelihood that that would have somehow sorted out that mortar fire is virtually impossible.
I thank you, gentlemen, for your service, and to the families of those who lost their loved ones.
Would the gentleman leave? You have 30 seconds. Gentleman,
yes,
yield.
I yield.
Mr. Schaefer's asked you about a number of people that you said you didn't interview. Would either of you comment on that? I mean, how did you choose who you interviewed?
I think we both can quickly. I mean, we basically, as we started the interviews, we essentially took the process and those we would interview based on the facts as we uncovered them over time, and I did not feel compelled to interview a chain of command in South Africa. I understand that chain of command. I know what happens. I know Losi. I know where he was, and I know what they were doing that night. Just didn't feel compelled to do that. And I was very comfortable, as I said in my opening statement, we interviewed those that we thought we needed to interview.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sullivan, the ARB report discussed stovepiped discussions by the State Department regarding decisions on policy and security. My question to you is, what can be done to ensure these security decisions are not stovepiped and that the individuals making the decisions have access to the necessary security information?
Thank you, Congressman. You know, one of the things that we had recommended that I mentioned earlier was to create to elevate the Assistant Secretary for Diplomatic Security to an undersecretary level. You know, as I'm sure you know, the Secretary is in charge of security for the Department, and that authority is delegated down to the Assistant Secretary. What we found is that that has led to a little bit of some confusion. When we spoke to people in the embassies, to the ambassadors, to the RSOs, to the Deputy Chief of Mission, it seems like the lines of communication, the lines of authority, accountability are pretty well understood. What we found is at the headquarter level, that was not as well understood. So we believe that by creating this new undersecretary, there'll be clear lines of authority, that the undersecretary, in our view, would be involved in the policy decisions with the undersecretaries, and we believe that that would go a long way towards creating clearer lines of communication.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Kiel, the best practices panel found that it's common across many industries to have a hot wash or after-action debriefing of key participants in a critical event. What's the purpose of a hot wash?
Sir, I think, and as Admiral Mullen said, that typically happens at the Department of Defense also. It's to gain critical information as quickly as possible before memories start to fade.
Does the State Department have a hot wash?
We did not find any process for after-action or hot wash in the State Department.
So there's no lessons learned process at the Department of State?
We did not find a lessons learned process, no.
In your opinion, what should the Department do to create an effective lessons learned process?
I think they need to do a lessons learned process from a tactical and a strategic perspective, a lessons learned process within the Bureau of Diplomatic Security, and a broader enterprise-wide lessons learned process for the Department to gather that critical information as quickly as possible, wrap it back into operations, wrap it back into training.
Any indication that that's being done?
Not that I know of.
Thank you. Admiral Mullen, again, with all due respect, and this is a rhetorical question, you've answered it already, but I just wanted to ask this question to bring the context back again, and that question is, why should we not conclude that a heads-up, as you indicated, is not a desire to coach a witness or an action, especially in the context of an independent panel, such as the ARB?
The only thing I would say is the intent was to get the best possible witness identified for the State Department.
Again, with all due respect, again, an independent panel coaching a witness. I don't think we conclude anything else than that.
Well, I didn't there was no coaching that was ever discussed.
Ambassador Pickering, why did the Board decide not to administer oaths to those testifying before the Board?
Because no ARB had done that in the past, and we had no reason to believe that we would not get truthful testimony.
So this was consistent with the practice of previous ARBs?
Yes, Mr. Walberg.
Why were interviews then not recorded or transcribed?
Interviews were recorded on the basis that the previous ARBs had followed. In addition, it was a pattern that, interestingly enough, the Federal Bureau of Investigation adopted in its reports as well. We felt it was more than sufficient to record the critical and key points that we would have to take into account in preparing our report.
Could you see a benefit in adopting this practice, especially in the context that this panel has found it almost impossible to get full information on making decisions on our own, regardless of what the other side of the dais says?
With deep respect, there's a difference between your access to documents and the question of the type of documents that should be prepared.
What do you mean by that?
I don't believe that transcribed interviews would have created the kind of attitude and approach of give and take which we found with the witnesses, which was particularly useful and relevant. I think that the formal process, in fact, of taking a transcription is in some ways inhibiting of the kind of information we were soliciting, the kind of views we wanted to get, and the broad and open character of the kind of approach we were taking.
Well, I appreciate that, but more importantly, the American public and this panel doesn't feel like we have had access to the information necessary to make good decisions about the movement forward. And we talk about stovepipes, we talk about hot washes, and all of these things that are done at other levels of government, other agencies, other industries, and we here have information lacking to us because there is not information that we can read or bring out to the American public.
Mr. Walberg, I will assure you that this committee will not have chummy discussions that are friendly and cordial in lieu of the kind of interviews that we make available on the record. We'll continue to use our process even if others think that conversations unrecorded are important. And I thank the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that and understand that you will do that. We needed that from this panel, and the American public deserves it, and especially the families sitting in this room and not deserve that information. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. We now go to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that the gentleman be given an extra minute and a half.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Cummings. And thank you, Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen, for coming back. Both of you testified at prior proceedings, closed-door deposition, recorded interviews. I had the privilege of helping conduct some of that questioning, and so we've spoken quite a bit at length already. And I thank you for coming back again today on this terribly sad chapter in American history. I'm going to start with you, Ambassador Pickering. In your deposition that you had with the committee, you told us that, to the best of your knowledge, quote, no other ARB was so extensive and far-reaching in its findings of personal responsibility or personal accountability, or made such far-reaching recommendations at such high levels in the State Department, unquote. You also told us that in writing this report, you didn't want to, quote, pull any punches, unquote, and that you felt that you had a serious obligation under the law and from the Secretary to do that, unquote. But you also explained that you were, quote, deeply concerned, unquote, that previous ARBs, quote, had been excellent in their recommendations, but that through the follow-through had dwindled away, unquote, as you said. Ambassador Pickering, it's my understanding that Secretary Clinton immediately adopted all 29 recommendations in the ARB report, and that the State Department is making progress on all of them. Is that true?
Yes, Mr. Cartwright. To the best of my knowledge, I believe they are. There was testimony, I understand, yesterday to that effect as well.
And Ambassador Pickering, I gather you believe that if implemented, your recommendations will make U.S. facilities abroad and the people that serve in them safer.
Yes, we believe that is the case, Mr. Cartwright.
Would you take a few moments and explain to us how the recommendations will make us safer?
They will, in the cases of posts, particularly like Benghazi, stop the personnel churn, which allowed such deficiencies to develop both in continuity and focus and size of personnel. We believe they will provide a better system for the decision-making with respect to the improvement of physical security by the application of higher standards. We believe that the training programs that we recommend will improve the capacity of both security specialists and non-security specialists to know and understand how to, in fact, operate more effectively. We believe that the serious discrepancy between fire safety preparations and security safe havens illustrated in Benghazi will be ended, and that there will be appropriate equipment to deal with fire safety in safe haven areas. Those are just a few, Mr. Cartwright, of what I think are the most salient points. If I could ask permission just to make one brief statement. The Chairman just implied that our interviews and our work was not recorded. The Chairman knows, and I know, that that's not the case.
Thank you, Ambassador. And Admiral Mullen, I want to give you the chance to weigh in on this question as well.
Well, the only thing that I would add to that, is with the immediate establishment inside the NEA Bureau of somebody, of a senior individual with respect to diplomatic security, with the establishment of a separate diplomatic security deputy assistant secretary specifically focused on high threat posts, And to Chairman Issa, one of the things that I thought was helpful in your report was this focus on expeditionary diplomacy. And if I were going to give you an example of expeditionary diplomacy, it would be in places like Benghazi and, quite frankly, in consulates in Iraq and Afghanistan and places like Pakistan that we all need to focus on to make sure that we do all to balance the need to be there and be there in as secure a way as absolutely possible. So I actually think that the changes that were recommended will have a substantial impact on how the State Department moves forward, how we move forward as a country in these very difficult times. It's changed since the ARB of 1998, 1999. The world has changed. We need to adapt to that, and in many ways we have.
Well, I thank you for that, gentlemen, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and just to make the record clear, Ambassador, we will disagree on what a record is. This committee makes an accurate, verbatim record to the greatest extent possible, just as your transcription is being done today, which is different than the impressions in a diplomatic note. And I appreciate the fact that the diplomatic service looks at dip notes, which are impressions of what was said, as a record. And I know it's helpful, but it's a very different standard in investigations. And one of the things that this committee is considering, and Mr. Cartwright, I hope that you appreciate it too, is that the level of record of any investigation done of any incident, no matter what part of government, needs to be considered for how it will be recorded. That's not to disparage you or the history of how they've been done. At least I appreciate that you recorded as per, if you will, your 40-plus years of history and ARBs. What we are viewing, and Mr. Walberg was viewing, is more how we do it. And I will assure you that if the FBI were investigating the death of 4 people, they would tend very much to want a very accurate record, which is what we're looking for, Ambassador.
They can speak best for themselves, but our impression has been that the type of recording they provided to us in connection with their investigation of 4 dead Americans was very much along the lines that we were preparing for our own use. Admittedly, and reasonable people can differ, investigations and reviews sometimes have a different context and a different purpose.
Thank you, Ambassador. And we now go to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Langford, is there. Mr. Langford.
Thank you, and thank you to all of you. You've done a tremendous amount of work and a tremendous amount of preparation, both for this hearing, but obviously for a lot of the reports and everything that you've done and the hours that you've spent for it. I want you to know we appreciate that very much and what you've taken on the scope of it. My line of questions is just trying to gather a group of facts as we know it at this point, again, to try to zero in on some of the things you're trying to accomplish. What do we do to not have this repeat again in the days ahead? Would you agree we had an over-dependence on Libyan security that night and a security team that was local that was not sufficient for the task, and that we had an over-dependence on them at that point? And anyone can answer that.
Yes.
Would you agree we did not have a sufficient number of our own armed security forces on the ground? We had a larger number before of DOD personnel that were there. They were obviously removed their task as it was done. They normalized, as I've heard several folks say, both Charlene Lamb and Ambassador Kennedy say they wanted to normalize, that we did not have a sufficient number of armed security there that night.
I believe the answer to that is yes, but your implication that, quote, DOD was anywhere around Benghazi at that time is a mistake.
No, I'm talking about prior to that. Were DOD personnel there in August?
DOD personnel served a few short periods in Benghazi, but their assignment was in Tripoli, their work was in Tripoli, and their majority was always in Tripoli.
Did they travel with the ambassador when he went to Benghazi, or would they have traveled with him?
No.
Okay, the testimony that we had received is that they would have assigned some of those folks to travel with the ambassador.
The ambassador took to Benghazi 2 Department of State security agents with him.
Right, because they didn't have other folks that were there to be able to travel. Those 12 individuals had already left.
I think it's really important. This is the SST. I think it's really important to focus on what the SST's mission was.
Right.
And over the period of time, and they were there for many, many months.
Correct.
But over that period of time, the vast majority of their mission was training. They did
Correct.
take a couple forays out to Benghazi. They did make some security recommendations. And from that perspective, they certainly provided some input with respect to security. But my own view is I think it's a reach to think that they would have been there that
Okay. Well, fair enough. Did we have adequate diplomatic security there that night?
The answer to that I already gave you, no.
Okay, thank you for that. The facility, did it meet the minimum standards, set the Inman standards after the 98, the facility in Benghazi?
No, certainly not. It didn't meet any of the standards that were set for Department of State posts.
Do you know how many posts that we had worldwide at that time? Obviously, that's changed dramatically as it should. How many posts that we had worldwide at that time that didn't meet that minimum standard?
I'm only guessing, but somewhere between a third and up.
A third of our posts did not meet the standards at that time?
Yes.
So 260 or so posts worldwide, you're saying a third of those didn't meet that standard that was set in 1999?
That's my best understanding.
Is there a certain...
Could I just say, Mr. Langford?
Sure.
One of our principal recommendations was that the in-building program recommended in the Nairobi Dar es Salaam ARB 10 years before had dwindled away, and that it needed to go back to 10 a year at a cost beginning in 2015 of $2.2 billion a year. And that's in recognition that probably among those that don't meet standards, there are urgent, high-threat, high-risk posts perhaps that ought to get priority in that program.
What about the high-risk posts? How many posts would you consider were at high risk, high threat at that time?
At the time of Benghazi, the Department of State with the Department of Defense had an emergency review of 19 posts, including visits to them, which I believe was their judgment about what was high risk, high threat at that time.
Is there any special chain of authority to have actual personnel there, or any differences in high risk, high threat? Who makes the decision putting personnel there and what the security is there?
Yes, there is, and the decisions were made at the place that we identified. The Deputy Assistant Secretary in Diplomatic Security makes the primary decisions, that her bosses are the people who oversee and review that activity.
So that would be Charlene Lamb, Patrick Kennedy. Would that go up to the Secretary of State's office as well to have to sign off on that?
No. And they don't go to the Undersecretary for Management unless there is a dispute, and then they do go to him for resolution.
You had mentioned before as well, that night, or Admiral Mullen actually had, that night there was no one on the ready to be able to respond militarily.
Correct.
Did you discover if there was a contingency plan? Obviously, we're in a high-risk location. Libya is in civil war, or just coming out of that. Did you see that there was a contingency plan for response in case there was an emergency?
I'm not aware. I don't think there was one, and I'm not aware if there was.
Was that something that we should recommend in the days ahead?
It goes back to available assets and what are you going to focus on and what the priorities
Sure,
are.
I would say you take high-risk locations. Yeah, there's a relatively small number that are high-risk locations. Should those locations have a contingency?
Well, 19 is not a small number when you start talking about forces. And so how are you going to make those decisions and distribute your forces? It's a worthy discussion, and I know that the Pentagon and the administration has recalibrated that as a result of Benghazi, but it's not an infinite resource, and so you can't get them everywhere.
And if I could just add, Mr. Langford, the first line of defense is the local government.
Right, which was not sufficient.
The second line of defense is our resources in place.
Right, which
and those are
high
things
enough.
that we concentrated our attention on. As you know, the Department of State has assigned an additional number of Marines, an additional number of security officers. They've come to you for that support. I hope they get it. I believe that it's going ahead.
Well, that was our concern as well, is that obviously the Libyan militia was not sufficient. We know that clearly now. We didn't have a high enough number of diplomatic security personnel. The facility obviously did not meet the minimum standards. It was listed as a high-risk facility, and we seem to not have a contingency plan. The difficulty is it appears that the individuals that were there were very naked. And we understand our diplomatic personnel around the world always take risks on it, but they seem to be particularly exposed in this particular location.
The only other thing I would add to that, and I mentioned this in my closed statement, is that it was the deterioration of the numbers and the upgrades over time, over the course of that many months, that essentially did not prepare that Benghazi compound from a deterrent standpoint. That it was very significant, and had we had 2 or 3 times the number of people in place that night from a security standpoint, I'm not sure with a terrorist mob like that they could have done much. But what we also lost by watching the numbers deteriorate and not upgrading it, we lost any kind of deterrent capability so that the enemy would think twice about whether they do something like that.
I thank the gentleman's time has expired, and I thank the Admiral for including the portion of this that talks about if you have a strong force, you often don't get attacked, and that may have been ultimately the greatest benefit of additional forces. We now go to the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses. Appreciate you being here today. As one of the newer folks around here, I know when I signed up for this, even though I served in my legislature for about 14 years, I knew it wasn't exactly going to be Mr. Smith goes to Washington, but I also didn't expect Groundhog's Day. And I have to admit, I feel a little bit like I'm watching another copy of Groundhog's Day. We've had, I think, 12 congressional hearings on Benghazi, 3 in this committee that I've been on. There's 3 this week alone in the House. I know that I sat through part of the closed deposition with Ambassador Pickering, and for several hours where we asked some questions. We've gone through extensive conversations about Benghazi, and I think sometimes in the bubble that's Washington, having just come from outside the bubble where real people were before I got elected, I think sometimes it's odd that members, we think that we know more by visiting bases than someone who's been perhaps the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And I guess where my questions specifically are kind of following off Mr. Cartwright, what I'm most concerned about is what we're doing to make sure this never happens again, to make sure that we're actually honoring the lives of Sean Smith and Tyrone Woods and Glenn Doherty and Chris Stevens by making sure that their friends and coworkers and the people who work across the world for us in those 270-plus locations that we talked about don't have to face another Benghazi. What we can do to make sure of that. And I think that's by far the most important thing that we can do. And I know that, Ambassador Pickering, you specifically have said you want to make sure this never happens again. And part of what the reports, both reports, have outlined are a number of recommendations. I think one of the areas perhaps that we've been remiss on as Congress, in my opinion, having come from the outside, spending more time out there than here, is that we don't talk about what Congress has to do. This Congress has been pretty much failing to get much of anything done. But I think when you look at the recommendations that came in your report and most recently in the newest report, there are specific things that Congress should be doing to make sure that we protect our embassies in other locations across the world. And I think we're remiss in doing that. And I think what our job really should be is rather than poking and poking, hoping we get a gotcha, which I think sometimes happens too often in Congress, let's figure out what we're doing to make sure this never, ever happens again and honor the lives of the people who lost their lives. So if I can ask specifically, Ambassador Pickering, you talked about the fact that the State Department immediately accepted those recommendations and they're in the process of implementing them. How about the recommendations you had for Congress? I think recommendation number 10. Have we moved at all on the recommendations that you've had for Congress to make sure that we're protecting our facilities across the world?
I believe that on a couple of the recommendations that were made of an emergency character after the visit to the 19 posts I spoke about a minute ago with Mr. Langford, there have been moves by Congress. It has not been, put it this way, our brief or our responsibility to do the follow-up to the report. There are a number of our recommendations which have to be translated into legislation or legislative proposals. And on that, we rely on the State Department and the budget process to proceed to you. So I think that, in effect, the Congress in this case is not being asked independently to take initiatives, but hopefully to support the executive branch's recommendations to take our ideas and put them into action.
So by Congress not moving on a budget, kind of living on continuing resolutions as we have for the last 4 years, we really haven't had a chance to address the very recommendations I think that you've made in this report.
And I don't know, sir, whether these will be SUPs 2014, 2015 proposals or not. That really comes beyond our responsibility, and
sure.
I would hesitate at this stage to try to give you a thought when I don't know.
No, thank you. Well, and it's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that at some point as we continue, and I know we will continue to talk about what happened in Benghazi, and it's a tragic incident, that we'll really focus on, I think, what Congress can do best, which is what do we make sure, how do we do to make sure that nothing happens like this again? So as much as I know we keep looking backwards, I think there's a reason why the eyes are in the front of our face and not the back of our head, because we actually have to figure what we're doing to make sure that this doesn't happen. Those other 270 facilities, so we honor the lives of the 4 people who lost their lives, and I would hope, and I am hopeful that that's where we'll be moving in the future. So,
would the gentleman yield?
Sure, I'll yield.
I'm sorry you weren't there on Codell in January, where we actually saw some of the changes that were made post 9/11 in Morocco, in Algeria, and I'm sorry you didn't get to see the facility in Lebanon, which is, of course, famously not Inman compliant, but has several hundred people who guard it with armed weapons, including heavy machine guns, because there's an awful lot that has to be considered in addition to the question of dollars. But if you're available, along with Ms. Duckworth, I would love to have you go on the next trip to the region, and we could begin looking at what recommendations we could help with.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I think that's a great suggestion. I'd love to do that. I just look at what just happened as we looked at what we might do in Syria. And what was one of the first things that happened is we were contacting people in embassies and countries around it, putting out warnings to make sure. So we know there still is an imminent threat out there in certain regions of the world. But what I don't see us doing is addressing that part of what Congress' responsibility, what can we do about it to make sure it doesn't happen again, rather than continuing to look backwards. And I'm really looking forward to the conversations we have that are forward-looking to make sure that we protect our people who work across the world for us.
And one of the challenges we do have, you mentioned Syria, the ambassador's residence in Syria is basically right on a street with glass windows, and you look out on people going by, and it hasn't been selected historically for an upgrade for a number of reasons, mostly host nation support. It's one of our challenges, and if you're lucky enough to ever get to Dublin, what you'll discover there is that our embassy is on an intersection of 2 streets where the windows can be broken inadvertently by a rock being popped up from a truck going by. So we do have a lot of facilities around the world, and the complexity of it is important. I think today when we look at a situation in a country that might have been more similar to Afghanistan or Iraq in Benghazi on September 11th, there's a different consideration, and hopefully that's part of what Foreign Affairs will look at in detail. But I look forward to having you on our next trip. Thank you. And with that, we go to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar. Dr. Gosar.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, the Best Management Practice Review Panel found that many important recommendations made in the 1999 ARB convened after the Nairobi and Dar es Salaam bombings were not in fact implemented. In fact, you wrote, this report was largely ignored by the Department and did not receive wide circulation within either the Department or DS at the time. Many of the senior officials involved before, during, and after the Benghazi attacks, including the ARB, held senior positions within the Department prior to and after the 1998 attacks. At the time, Thomas Pickering was the Undersecretary for Political Affairs, Patrick Kennedy was the Acting Assistant Secretary for Diplomatic Security, Susan Rice was the Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of African Affairs. What did your Best Management panel recommend to ensure that the State Department would actually implement the recommendations set forth in your report and by the Benghazi ARB?
Congressman, what we thought was that it's really important that this be an enterprise-wide initiative, that everybody has to be involved in this and everybody has to understand what their roles are. We talked about how important accountability is. And we didn't look at accountability as a negative. We looked at accountability as a positive, as an enabler.
Yep.
So we just felt that, with these recommendations, I can't speak to what happened in the past, but we do believe that this is not just about the Office of Diplomatic Security, but it's about department-wide and everybody knowing what their responsibilities are and what their accountability is, and that everybody work on this together. For example, risk management. We believe that having a formalized risk management model is something that is very important. And again, not just for the Department of Diplomatic Security, but also for the whole enterprise.
Mr. Kiel, would you agree with that?
Certainly, Congressman. I think Mr. Sullivan hit on a fundamental issue. We were talking previously about the facility in Benghazi, how high the walls were, if there was any blast resistance, how many agents were there. Those tactical things are important, but the fundamental issue comes down to the State Department does not have a risk management process to determine and make informed decisions should we be in some of these places with a full understanding of the risk. That's what our panel found.
So let's go back. So will regular best management panel evaluations be conducted to ensure that the recommendations set forth in your report and that the ARB recommendations will be followed?
Right. That is part of the ARB recommendation that created our panel. It called for regular reevaluation.
So, and I guess what I'm coming back to is accountability, right? And part of that accountability could be part of Congress's duty, would it not?
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, obviously, some of the recommendations are going to take congressional action.
And I'm a private sector guy, so I mean, this mortifies me what I've just seen here, because accountability is very implicit. I mean, you're going to have stack-up attorneys, you're going to have depositions, you're going to have transcriptions. You don't get to go past go and collect $200. That doesn't work in the private sector. So from the standpoint of the records that we've been talking about at this ARB, the State Department is withholding those interview summaries that have come out because there's no transcriptions, but there has been a recorded log. In order for Congress to do its job, we should have the access to those, should we not?
I think that's probably a question more for Admiral Mullen and Ambassador Pickering.
Oh, no, I'm asking you.
Yes, I believe so.
How do you feel about that, Mr. Sullivan?
I would agree that if these are documents that Congress is entitled to, that they should have them to review as well.
How about that, Admiral Mullen?
Again, I have the long-standing history in terms of providing documents when requested, and I think it's something that's got to be worked out between the Hill.
No. It doesn't need to be worked out. I mean, it's our due diligence, sir. I mean, accountability. I mean, I'm talking to a man who's very accountable, and through his whole lifetime has been that way. The mantra in this place, in this beltway, needs to change. There needs to be accountability. So I would hope that you would genuinely come forward and say, absolutely, those records should be turned over.
I have lived my life focusing on accountability. And
I know. So
I feel very strongly about that.
I would expect you to say absolutely yes, that those records should be turned over to Congress. I mean, from what I've ever seen and I've ever heard of you, that you would say absolutely, accountability and transparency should be there. And I personally, you, Admiral Mullen, would see it right that turn those records over.
I have, believe me, I'm right where you think I am with respect to accountability. The issue of the specifics of what's inside that has to be worked out, specifically with respect to records. I mean, I've been in departments that for whatever the reason is, they don't provide or take a long time. And I'm not privy, quite frankly, to the specifics of why those are not being provided right now.
So you don't like the status quo?
So, I think that where we were in the ARB was to try to get to the best position we could with respect to accountability driven by the law, quite frankly.
I understand, but part of that accountability is the oversight of Congress, and part of the oversight of Congress for implementation, because we've seen this timeline of ineptitude of implementing these discussions from previous actions. And part of that is that we're not getting part of the records to actually have that oversight, because legislating is not just budgets. It's also about this.
I think oversight to ensure implementation and execution in the long term makes a lot of sense.
I thank the Admiral. With that, we go to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Army, our soldiers live by a creed and a warrior ethos that begins with, I will always place the mission first, I will never accept defeat, I will never quit, and I will never leave a fallen comrade behind. I believe that all of our personnel in Benghazi and in Tripoli lived, and in the case of our 4 heroes, laid down their lives as warriors on that day. That said, Admiral Mullen, I think the Navy has something similar to the warrior ethos, but the Navy's version of it. I want to go back over what we've talked about today and ask you to just briefly answer my following questions, and then I'm going to give you some time to speak towards the end. First, as to the allegation that the 4-man team in Tripoli was ordered to stand down, there was no such order. The team was directed to provide security and medical assistance in Tripoli. Is that correct?
That's correct.
With respect to the allegation that the military could have flown aircraft over Benghazi in a matter of hours, in fact, they would have needed tankers to refuel them, and those tankers were many more hours away. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In the terms of the allegations by unidentified person who claims to be a special operator that a European Command Special Forces team could have prevented the attacks in Benghazi, that is also incorrect, according to your review and the review of General Dempsey.
That's incorrect. That is, what you're saying is correct.
Thank you. Admiral Mullen, I really don't understand this, because it used to be that when our nation came under attack, we would rally together, and especially our men, around our men and women in uniform. And the allegations that anyone in the military, in the uniform on that day, would ever do anything other than their very best effort to come to the assistance of the men and women in Benghazi and in Tripoli troubles me. You yourself have commanded a gasoline tanker, a guided missile destroyer, a guided missile cruiser. You've commanded a cruiser-destroyer group and the United States Navy's 2nd Fleet. I would suspect that if you could have personally done anything to get there, you would have yourself, based on your extensive military experience.
I certainly would have.
Admiral, during your interview, you addressed this exact line of questioning. On page 32 of our report, you explain how these accusations affect our military service members, and this is what you said. The line of questioning approached here, for those of us in the military, that we would consider for a second not doing anything we possibly could, just stirs us to our bones, because that's not who we are. We don't leave anybody behind. Did you say that?
I did.
So, Admiral, what do you say to those, such as my very passionate colleague from Utah, who continue to question the integrity, the professionalism, and the motives of our military commanders and our men and women in uniform? You can take as much of my remaining time as you would like.
One of the things that has been evident in this review, and certainly even in congressional testimony for former members of the military, and indeed serving foreign service officers, is that you see is the frustration with the inability to deliver that night, and I think it's universal. And I mean, I can see it along the lines of questioning, and I understand that. I led a force for many years. No one I ever knew in that force that wouldn't give their life to try to save those 4 individuals, and including myself. So which is one of the reasons I paid so much attention to what could have happened that night from a military standpoint, and looked at it, as I indicated, twice. There really was a time, distance, physics problem that would have prevented us from getting there for what seems to be an extraordinary amount of time. But as I indicated earlier, in particular with the F-16s, for example, there are very real requirements in order to do that, not even getting to the point of how do you mitigate the risk. And believe me, the military is willing to go into high-risk places. It just wasn't going to happen in time. What is, to some degree, a little bit ironic in all of this is at the compound we lost 2 great heroes, and we've talked today about the fact that they weren't very well armed, the security posture wasn't there at all, as it should be, and I think rightfully so have criticized that. At the other compound, we actually had a compound that was incredibly well armed, incredibly well defended, and yet somehow, back to this mortar fire in the middle of the night, we lost 2 people, which speaks to the challenge that you have creating security in every circumstance. And those 2 heroes, again, were individuals that come from a force that I know well. So there is no one I know in the military that didn't do that night all they could and wouldn't do all they could to save those people.
Admiral, thank you. Can you say that the military has learned some valuable lessons from that day and is doing a better job now of considering what we should do in the future in terms of our force posture?
Well, as far as posture is concerned, I know that the forces have been repostured, specifically in that part of the world, although I don't know the details, and that was a lesson that was learned and put in place immediately after it happened.
Thank you very much, and again, thank you for your many decades of service.
If the gentlelady would allow me a very quick follow-up on exactly what you're doing. Admiral, you're aware of the Commandant's initiative in Sigonella and its response capability, are you not?
Yes, sir, I am.
And that would be an example of a direct response where the Marines have taken existing assets, repositioned them for a very different response.
Yes, but to what was discussed earlier, particularly with the CR, I have probably too much expertise and history in the budget and programming world that, there are some new initiatives coming, at least recommended, and at least as best I can recall, you can't start new programs under a CR. So, for instance, the additional force that the Marine Corps is asking for to create an expanded security force at embassies around the world, that's got to be funded, and it's got to be funded pretty quickly given the risk that's out there. I don't know if you can do that in a CR, somehow make exception because of the priority of that.
Well, I do know that Chairman McKeon has every intention of trying to make sure there's a regular order where some of these things can be done, and I appreciate it, Admiral. And with that, we go to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Meehan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Admiral, I want to thank you for your distinguished leadership of our military. And Ambassador Pickering, I want to thank you for your long and distinguished career in the best Bowdoin tradition of Joshua Chamberlain. But I also have responsibility here, and it's in that capacity of oversight that I ask you questions and I begin my questioning with the legal premise that, under the Inman principles, it is such an important idea that any variation from the security requirements under Inman require the direct, non-delegable commitment by the Secretary, him or herself, before it can be changed. Now, I realize we're not in an Inman type of circumstance. What we are, in fact, is in a different circumstance, but your findings, the board that said the key driver behind the weak security platform was the decision to treat the Benghazi as a temporary residential facility, even though it was a full-time office facility. Is it not correct that Undersecretary Kennedy made that decision?
Yes, he made the decision to continue for a year the facility that then existed at Benghazi. I don't know who made any decisions in the course of the transformation between April 2010 and December 2012 from a residence to an office and residence to another.
Well, let me ask, at the time of that decision that was made, was it in conformance with the what we call the Overseas Security Policy Board standards?
It was not.
In fact, it really was not. Your findings were that
the building did not meet those standards.
The comprehensive upgrade and risk mitigation plan did not exist. There wasn't a comprehensive security review conducted by Washington for Benghazi in 2012. That decision was a flawed process, a decision that did not take security considerations adequately into place. And Ambassador Pickering, did you interview Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, we interviewed Mr. Kennedy.
Did you interview Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, I did.
Did you keep a transcript of that interview?
We have a record of that interview.
You have a record of that interview. What is the record of that interview? Is that notes?
I'm sorry?
Is that notes? What is the record of that interview?
The record of that interview is notes.
Do you expect that that record will be shared with Congress?
That's obviously a question that we've discussed here many times. In my view, it is a long-standing issue between the executive branch and Congress into which I will not get.
Now, when you asked him questions about this, what were his responses when you asked him about the failure to have a risk mitigation plan or any comprehensive security views and all of those other things which you identified? When you asked him those questions, what were his responses?
The simple answer was he was making, according to his testimony, a decision to continue to occupy the real estate. The responsibilities for providing adequate security rested with the Bureau of Diplomatic Security.
Now, do you really believe that his responsibility is only to make a real estate decision, and he's placing this down on people below him?
I believe that he believed that's the decision he was
Well,
making.
you're the person who's asking him the questions. If he believed, I just cited the fact that even the slightest, change on the Inman principles regards the direct turnover, the direct requirement of the Secretary of State herself.
The Undersecretary for Management and the Assistant Secretary for Diplomatic Security have different roles and missions. The Assistant Secretary for Diplomatic Security is responsible for providing the security.
May I ask, you said that he believed, but do you believe that he had a responsibility to look into those factors?
I believe that the Assistant Secretary for Diplomatic Security had that responsibility.
What was his responsibility then with respect to all of these kinds of shortcomings?
To provide the personnel and the security.
But the security was not there. It was not being
and we
provided.
found that individual at fault for not having done so, Mr. Mann.
Would the gentleman yield for just a second?
Yes.
To make the record clear, the Undersecretary was in place the year before and the year before and the year before. So the decision to rent that facility in Benghazi was made under the Undersecretary, and the diplomatic security head held accountable reports to the Undersecretary. So why is this merry-go-round between you and the gentleman from Pennsylvania as to whether the Undersecretary had all the authority in front of him, but rather it wants to blame the diplomatic security head who reports to him?
Well, may I continue?
You please.
I want to continue my line of questioning here in one particular, because this is the testimony yesterday of Mr. Kennedy before the Foreign Relations Committee. With respect, this is his words. Every day we review the threat levels at all the posts of the world. We reach a point where we believe that the mitigation tools that are available to us cannot lower the threat level down, then we close the posts. He cites an example. We were in Damascus several years ago, and I concluded that given the situation in the ground of Damascus, we could not longer mitigate the risk sufficiently. I went to the Secretary of State, and she instantaneously gave me approval to suspend operations in Damascus and pull our people out. When you asked him what conversations he had with the Secretary of State with regard to the security at Benghazi, what did he tell you?
We did not ask him what conversations he had with respect to the Secretary of State.
Why not?
Benghazi.
Why not?
Because we knew and understood that the decision-making with respect to Benghazi took place at the level of the Assistant
But he just said right here that he, in Syria, in a parallel situation, he consulted with the Secretary of State with regard to this. Not only did he make decisions, as you said, not just about real estate, but this is his testimony yesterday, that he was the one that was making decisions with regard to the points where we believe mitigation tools aren't effective. And he was assuming this responsibility. He was using this as his shield, that this was, I wanted to demonstrate the things that I have done effectively in the past, and therefore don't hold me accountable. So I am asking why he's not being held to the same degree of responsibility in a place in which you just identify yourself, that the security reviews were so deficient in so many ways.
Because, again, we believed, after looking at this, the initial decisions were made in the Bureau of Diplomatic Security.
But he is the one who made the initial decisions. It moves up. He's the one that's responsible. He made the decision.
Not if there is not a dispute about providing the resources necessary to do that.
Ambassador Pickering, there were you identified 19 separate circumstances of aspects in which there were threats and other kinds of very serious things, and he says he monitors it every day. Now, what is the discrepancy? Why wouldn't that be in his attention? Why would this not be brought to the attention where he makes a decision, or as he says, he discusses with the Secretary of State the circumstances of Benghazi?
Because we believe that responsibility was lodged in the Assistant Secretary for Diplomatic Security. And it was very clear that's where the decisions were made and were not made.
But the decision to continue is, I struggle to understand why you're saying it's down there when he himself says he has these responsibilities and conducts these kinds of things every day.
I can only tell you that our full examination of this located the decision-making there.
Well, I thank
And
you,
the review
Ambassador,
of
for your,
decision-making.
but I certainly question the conclusion.
I thank the gentleman for his line of questioning, and we now go to the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to apologize. I had a markup and was not able to hear all the witness testimony. But I understand a question I have had and I think has hung over this entire matter has not been asked, and therefore I'd like to use this opportunity to clarify, to get you, Admiral Mullen, and Ambassador Pickering to clarify Secretary Clinton's role. You certainly did very extensive interviewing, according to your report, over 100 witnesses, thousands of pages, and of course the Secretary was not interviewed, and that is why I think this has to be clarified. The majority has used in every way they can the presence of Hillary Clinton to somehow point to an elevator that links up with her name or with her. For example, in an earlier hearing, they pointed out that she signed a cable. When the truth came out, it's a stamp that's on every cable of the Secretary. So we take everything now with a grain of salt, but this is an opportunity to clarify this issue. We recognize, or at least I recognize, that not every important matter, even one as important as this, will necessarily involve the agency head. But again, her name has been raised over and over again. So I have to ask you, if you received any evidence that led you to believe that the Secretary should be interviewed, or what is it about your investigation that led you to believe that she should not be interviewed, although apparently her name does appear in the report a fair number of times?
I think your statement in the question is essentially what we found. No evidence to believe that we had a need to interview the Secretary of State.
And why was that?
Because we found, as I've just discussed, that the decision-making with respect to the security issues were made at lower levels in which we found responsibility.
Now, are these levels, let me ask Admiral Mullen, are these security matters that you would not expect to go to the agency head, but to be resolved by security officials?
Maybe since I have experience in the State Department, I can answer that question, and the answer to that question is no. We would not expect those normally to go to the agency head.
If I could just pick up on this and maybe connect it to a concern that was expressed over here. For agency heads and people that operate at that level, including Mr. Kennedy, quite frankly, they have global responsibilities. And so that, first of all, what we found in execution was the decisions with respect to security were delegated. And I think you would say, and certainly Secretary Clinton has said she held herself responsible in her own testimony. But when you're running a big organization, you delegate that, and then you have principals who work for you that you expect to raise issues of concern against whatever the guidance is, or in accordance with whatever the guidance is, when something happens. And we found that guidance to and expertise and responsibility resident in the Assistant Secretary for Security. So in my view, it was his responsibility to raise these issues up the chain of command, and in fact, the opposite was going on. His immediate deputy, Ms. Lamb, held all these decisions very, very closely, and in fact, per the direction from the statute itself, which directs us at the level decisions were being made, that's where we were. just to reinforce what Ambassador Pickering said, we found no evidence, no lines to Kennedy or above with respect to these decisions that got made with respect to Benghazi that resulted in the outcome.
And you were very critical. And you were very critical in the report of how these decisions were kept and made.
Exactly.
Well, I think it's very important when you call out the name of an official simply because she was present, and in this case, the head of the agency, to lay on the record what evidence there was that she knew about this matter. And here we find that she not only didn't know, but there was an effort to make sure that these security matters were kept where they were. Now, when you consider that you're dealing with security matters, even if you've had very broad experience, that is a sphere unto itself. I don't expect that normally a agency head would second guess a security official without the same kind of expertise. I do accept your admonition and your criticism of the failure to go up the chain of command. And I think you were very forthright on that. But having found that failure, it does seem to be unfair in the extreme to therefore hold the official who had no knowledge and from whom knowledge was kept responsible for this great tragedy.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Always glad to yield to the chairman.
And I think there is a good point, and you weren't, I don't think you were here earlier when we got into this. We had made it clear that the ARB's inability to deal with policy decisions and other areas outside their jurisdiction, if you will, which include, for example, the Secretary of State's obvious policy decision on normalization, policy decision that was in progress. One of the reasons that we've had testimony that the ambassador was in Benghazi was because of the desire by the Secretary to put a permanent mission there. Now, we've never said, and I hope none of our reports will ever say, that she made a decision to cut security at the consulate. But, you know, part of the challenge here today, or in the earlier testimony, is that the ARB, as currently structured, has a lot of limitations as to what they can do, including the 4 people they recommended for adverse action, all of whom are back on the job without losing a day's pay.
Yeah, but that leaves the Secretary's name muddied, frankly, by this committee. And it just seems to me that we ought to lay to rest that matter. Never came to her, should have, perhaps, don't know, but certainly never came to her. It's almost, Mr. Chairman, like an earlier and terribly great tragedy when there was a killing, and of course the committee sought to go to the Attorney General. I do believe in accountability at the top.
The gentleman may remember he was held in contempt for withholding information online to Congress that occurred under his watch. With that, the gentlelady's time has expired. Go to Mr. Gov't.
I do remember that was one of the most controversial, if not the most controversial decision of this committee.
It wasn't controversial from this side of the dais.
Yeah, that's right. And Salkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Mullen, I want to thank you and the other witnesses for your service. I understand you didn't interview Secretary Clinton. Did you submit written questions to her for her response?
We did not.
Was Secretary Clinton aware of the attacks on Western targets in Benghazi leading up to September 11, 2012?
I believe our information.
I'm asking Admiral Mullen.
Was, yeah.
I'm asking Admiral Mullen.
I think she was.
She was aware of the attacks on Western targets. Was she aware that the British ambassador was almost assassinated in Benghazi in the weeks and months leading up to September 11, 2012?
I mean, I can't be positive, but I think she was.
Was she aware of the request for additional security at the Benghazi facility?
I would say no.
Was she aware of a specific request from the ambassador himself for improved security at that facility?
We never saw any request from Ambassador Stevens to...
That wasn't my question. Was she aware of it?
We never saw anything that indicated Ambassador Stevens asked for a significant upgrade at the facility.
Well, there's been testimony that he has. My question was she aware of that? Was the Secretary of State aware of it?
I don't know the answer to that.
All right. And here's what I found confounding about that. The 1998 ARB, you start your ARB with a quote from a Spanish-American philosopher about history, and those who don't study it are doomed to repeat it. And I found that interesting because the 1998 ARB recommended this: the Secretary of State should personally review the security of embassies and other official premises, closing those which are highly vulnerable and threatened. The Secretary of State, that was the specific recommendation from history. So you can understand, with all due respect to my colleagues who don't want to mention the Secretary of State's name, you can understand my question: did she personally review the security at Benghazi?
I don't know that. Not all the evidence that we saw indicated no, but I don't know the answer to that.
Did she personally consider closing the facility in Benghazi? Again, given the fact that a panel exactly like the one you co-chaired recommended the Secretary of State personally review it. My question to you is, did she?
I'm not aware that she did.
So there is no evidence, despite a previous recommendation from an ARB just like yours, because what our colleagues on the other side say is, let's don't study the past, let's just look forward. You've made recommendations, all's going to be well now, all 30 of them will be implemented. And my point is, we had this recommendation. We had it in 1998, that the Secretary of State herself review the facilities and consider closing them if they are not safe.
I think one of the, and I think we have pulled people out where it wasn't safe over the course of that year.
But my question, Admiral, is you never interviewed the Secretary of State about whether she accepted and performed a responsibility given to her by a previous accountability review board.
Part of our writ was to look at previous accountability review boards. We certainly commented on that, those that had not been implemented, but it was not to test each recommendation against those who were in positions in the current administration.
I want to read you a quote, and I want to ask you if you know the author of that quote, okay? The Independent Accountability Review Board is already hard at work looking at everything, not cherry-picking one story here or one document there, but looking at everything. Do you know who the author of that quote was? Secretary Clinton. How could you look at everything when you don't even bother to interview the person who is ultimately responsible for what happens at the State Department?
I think we've explained that we found no evidence that she was involved in the decision-making and no need, therefore, to do that.
But I just cited for you, it is her responsibility. According to an ARB just like yours from 1998, she should personally review it. Did you ask her whether she was familiar with that previous ARB recommendation?
We didn't interview her, so obviously we didn't ask her.
I will read you another quote. Over the last several months, there was a review board headed by two distinguished Americans, Mike Mullen and Tom Pickering, who investigated every element of this, with this being Benghazi. Do you know the author of that quote?
No.
Barack Obama. Did you interview him and ask whether he made any calls to any of our allies in the region and said, can you help us? Our guys are under attack.
We did not.
Admiral, my colleague Jason Chaffetz asked you about Cheryl Mills and a conversation you had with her. And I noted two different times. You said you wanted to give her a heads up. And make no mistake, she's the lawyer for Hillary Clinton. She's the counsel for the State Department. You wanted to give her a heads up. A heads up about what?
I specifically said that having interviewed Charlene Lamb and knowing that she was going to appear in Congress, that I thought she would not be, that she would be a weak witness.
Were you concerned that she would tell the truth or not tell the truth? When you say not be a good witness, what was your concern?
I wasn't concerned about whether she'd tell the truth or not.
Well,
that had nothing to do with it.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I thought there was a practice of going 2 minutes over. I don't know why I possibly could have thought that based on being here for the
Mr. Chairman, I would ask the gentleman to be given another minute, because I'd like to hear the answer to that question myself.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Could you answer his question? The last question.
Maybe you can repeat the question.
The question was a heads up about what? Were you concerned that she would tell the truth or not tell the truth?
No, that had nothing to do with it. I don't take, would never question the integrity of Charlene.
Did you think she was just not going to be an effective witness?
Would the gentleman just let him answer? That's why I just want to hear the full answer.
I'm trying to help him, man.
He's been around 40 years in the military, so he knows how to answer a question.
I explained before, Mr. Gov't, I had run departments. I had dealt with witnesses who came to Congress and representing the departments that I was in as best we possibly could. The intention of the heads up was to just, having sat down with Lamb, it was the first time I met her in our interview, that I thought there could be better witnesses to represent the department. Had nothing to do with the ARB.
Better witnesses from what standpoint?
At that time and place with respect to the events which had occurred in Benghazi.
Well, Admiral, wasn't she a fact witness? I mean, the facts pick the witnesses. I mean, the State Department doesn't pick witnesses. The facts pick the witnesses. She was a fact witness, right? So whether she's good or bad is immaterial. She's a fact witness.
Yeah, I approached it from the standpoint of having run a department and many times working to have the department represented as best as we possibly could. That was it.
Well, in conclusion, Admiral, let me just say from my previous life, I well understand having bad witnesses. I had plenty of cases where I wished I could have picked them, but I couldn't. She was a fact witness. The fact that she was not going to be a good fact witness for the State Department, to me, is immaterial. She's a fact witness.
Just one. Would the gentleman yield on minute time that we neither one of us have? But just one thing, would the gentleman yield real quick?
Sure.
This is the question, and the reason why I want to hear your answer is this has, as I'm listening to you, this has nothing to do with honesty and integrity with regard to what the witness was saying. Nothing like that. And I mean, so what did it have to do with? In other words, is this somebody, for example, if it's somebody who may not know the facts, may not understand? I mean, just what?
I mean, I take Mr. Gotti's point. She certainly was a fact witness. It was, from my perspective, a judgment that she hadn't done this before. Obviously, this was a terribly important issue, and to be able to represent that, particularly early in the process, I thought was very important, and that was the sole reason.
And I take it that you wanted the best information to come to the ARB.
At that point, sure. Right. To the Congress. The Congress.
Very well.
This had nothing to do with the ARB.
All right. All right.
I yield back.
Thank you. We'll now recognize the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, for a very generous 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the chairman and the ranking member for assembling such a distinguished panel. I particularly want to publicly acknowledge the selfless and distinguished careers of Admiral Mullen and Ambassador Pickering, both of whom have served Republicans and Democratic presidents and have taken on some of the most challenging and difficult problems and obstacles that our country has faced. So I want to publicly thank them for their public service and their selfless public service. And I respect your work, and I wish all of my colleagues would likewise respect everything that you have done for our country. I must say, as the former chair of the Women's Caucus, I'm particularly sensitive of any efforts to roll back gains for women or any attacks on women. And I find the attacks unusual and consistent against the former Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton. Although the ARB report, which I thought was excellent, and there's been little mention of the many fine recommendations that you came forward with to improve the safety of our embassies and our people overseas, and I thank you for that. I understand the State Department has started to implement many of them. But in your statement, I believe, Admiral Mullins, you stated, and I quote from you, there was no official, including the Secretary of State, whose involvement was not reviewed extensively. And do you stand by that statement?
I do.
And I found the report that was issued this week by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle a very partisan staff report on its separate investigation of Benghazi. I found it very partisan because even though you say she had no participation and all evidence shows that, it mentions the former Secretary of State 25 times. 25 times. And not once does the staff report identify any evidence whatsoever to indicate that the former Secretary of State played any role in security-related decisions about the Benghazi Special Mission Compound. And I compliment you for focusing on positives of how we can move forward to make our country safer and better in many ways. I would like to also point out that there were personal attacks on national television stating that the former Secretary of State lied under oath when she testified before Congress that she did not personally approve of security reductions in Libya. And as proof, the Republicans produced a cable that had her stamped signature on it. So I would like to ask you, Ambassador Pickering, since you have spent a majority of your years in the State Department and serving our country many times overseas, do you believe that because the Department stamped the Secretary's name on this cable, that she personally approved it?
No, all cables sent out by the State Department are stamped with the Secretary's name.
And how many cables a year are sent out, would you say?
I thought the last estimate was 1.4 million.
So that would not say that. And what does the State Department manual say about this?
I think it's all cables should be stamped with the Secretary's name. In the past, they used to stamp with the acting Secretary's name. That was changed under Secretary Powell. Wherever the Secretary is, she is still Secretary, and her name still goes on the cables.
Could you mention for the panel the 4 top recommendations, in your opinion, of the ARB to make our personnel and our professionals and our public servants safer overseas?
This is hard with 24 and classified and 29 recommendations. I would center a couple of thoughts on a number that I mentioned in my oral testimony a minute ago. One, the notion that we should carry out the Nairobi Dar es Salaam construction program recommended by Admiral Crow 10, 12 years ago, which has dwindled away through inflation, through reductions in budgetary support. I think those kinds of issues still are very, very important. I would like to say as well that I think among the others, and I've highlighted them, and if I can, I'll just give you a sense of what those might be, that we need better risk management assessments, and we laid out some criteria, and Mr. Sullivan's report, I think, produced clear evidence that there were better ways to do that in the State Department. My sense is that we can improve intelligence performance, and we suggested a number of ways that we could do that. And I think on the question of personal accountability, which has figured here very heavily, I believe we made recommendations that were important with regard to that, and my hope is that the State Department will carry those out. There have been discussions here about that. They go beyond where the ARB is, but our recommendation, as you know, was that 2 be separated from their jobs and 2 others be reviewed for deficiencies in performance.
My time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, the witnesses, for coming today. The brevity as well as the incongruity of some statements in the ARB's report begs the question, what was Ambassador Stevens doing in Benghazi? And I apologize for asking this, but it begs to be asked. So let me read a statement from the report. The board found that Ambassador Stevens made the decision to travel to Benghazi independently of Washington. Now let me read you the testimony of Mr. Hicks when he was here in front of this very committee. I asked him, did you tell the Accountability Review Board about Secretary Clinton's interest in establishing a permanent presence in Benghazi? Because ostensibly wasn't that the reason the ambassador was going to Benghazi? Mr. Hicks said this, yes, I did tell the Accountability Review Board that Secretary Clinton wanted the post made permanent. Ambassador Pickering looked surprised. He looked both ways to the members of the board, saying, does the seventh floor know about this? And another factor, Hicks went on to say, was our understanding that Secretary Clinton intended to visit Tripoli in December. I asked him, so Pickering was surprised that this was Ambassador Stevens' mission to establish a permanent facility there. Is that your impression? He said yes. Were you surprised by his statement?
No, I was surprised by the fact that this was a new item of information to us, and I wondered how ramified it was understood.
Okay, let me...
Secondly, I made in my deposition a series of statements about the numerous reasons why Ambassador Stevens went.
I'm short on time. So why wasn't that included in the ARB report? That Secretary Clinton had directed him to go there.
She had not, to the best of my knowledge, directed
so you
him
disagree
to go
with
there.
his? Do you disagree with his testimony in front of your board?
I agree that what he had to say was an indication of what the Secretary hoped for.
Okay, let me go on.
I don't think it was a direction from her to go to Benghazi.
I have very little time. So I think we all agree that any investigation should include a comprehensive list of survivors and witnesses. Did you or do you possess a list of survivors and witnesses present or observing during the attack in Benghazi?
It's in the classified report, all of those people we interviewed.
Can that report be made available to all the members here?
It is made available to all the members here. Okay.
Are you at liberty to say how many of those witnesses or survivors were CIA operatives?
No.
Can you say if any of them were?
No.
You said you had unfettered access to State Department employees. Does that also include to the CIA employees?
I'm not going to go there because that gets us into classified issues.
Okay. How many people were evacuated from Benghazi immediately following the attacks? You mentioned an airplane that took people out of there.
There were 2 aircraft. I think the first one evacuated 12 and the remainder, and I think that may have been up to another 24 or so, came on a second aircraft.
So maybe 36 people?
Something in that neighborhood, but that's just a very rough estimate, Mr.
How many of those were State Department employees and how many were military?
I can't tell you that exactly. I can tell you that there were, I think, 5 security officers from the State Department who were evacuated.
Okay. Do you have a comprehensive inventory of U.S. weapons or small arms that were there or at the annex before and after the attack?
I do not have such an inventory.
Is it true that after the attack, those facilities were left unsecured for quite some time?
They were, but I believe the weapons and some or most of the security material from the State Department facility was evacuated.
Can you give us a list of what was evacuated?
I can't, but I'm sure the State Department could.
Okay. And I have to ask this question because the public wants to know this. Are you aware of any arms that, not by accident, but by intention, were being transferred to Turkey or Syria from Libya?
No.
Can you make any statements to give us confidence that that was not occurring?
Yeah, I'm just not aware of it. I think that I have to say I looked into it, and I'm not aware of it.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Woodall, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank everyone on the panel for your service. I'm relatively new to the committee, though not as new to public service. We've talked a lot about unfettered access. You all had a role to play. I know the ARB was able to access folks in 10 weeks that this committee hasn't been able to access in almost a year. So much of what we do in public service, for better or for worse, has less to do with the facts and more to do with credibility. Folks have unanswered questions. I always tell my constituents back home, there are more congressmen in jail for the cover-up than they are for the crime. It's that undermining of public trust. I just want to ask you all, because again, you've all been entrusted with these responsibilities for much longer than I. Understanding a division of government here, executive, legislative, judicial, trying to serve that public trust, Mr. Kiel, would you conclude that we could serve that public trust best if this committee could have access to as much information as possible and then dispose of this issue as quickly and thoroughly as possible?
Yes, I do, sir.
Mr. Sullivan?
Again, sir, I think, and I go back to what Admiral Mullen said, I think this is something between the committee and State Department. I do believe that if these are documents that Congress is entitled to get, then they should receive them. But again, I think that this is something that should be dealt with between the committee and the State Department.
And with due respect, and I very much appreciate that answer, I actually think it's between the American people and the public servants to whom they entrust the future of the Republic. And that's the frustration for me, and I understand what you're saying.
I would agree with that too, sir.
Admiral Mullen?
I certainly.
Can you help us with the microphone there, please? Thanks.
We've talked about this several times, and certainly I think the whole issue of how a government deals with this kind of situation, I think I told the chairman earlier, I think the oversight is absolutely critical. I've just dealt too many times with the tension between agencies and Capitol Hill on what should be provided and what isn't, and it's not for me or us to decide that today, or I don't even think recommend in terms of what's actually going on. I'm not even aware of the documents specifically of which you speak.
Well, it gives me no pleasure to disagree with a public servant of your caliber, but
you wouldn't be the first.
I might not be the first, but candidly, it's less your feelings that we ought to be able to resolve these things that I was interested in, and more the absence of the outrage that we can't deal with these things, because this process is going to continue. I asked someone the other day, I said, when do we come to an end of this Benghazi investigation? And the answer was, when we can finally get the folks who have the answers to speak with us. Again, you all were able to do it in 10 weeks by your calculations, Ambassador. Talked to every relevant witness within 10 weeks, and yet we've not been able to do it in a year. And it's less about the powers of this committee. It's more about the duties that we owe to folks back home who still have unanswered questions. I'll give you an example of one of those questions. In fact, the gentleman sat right there in the seat that you're sitting in, Admiral Pickering. It was Mr. Mark Thompson. You all may have dealt with Mr. Thompson professionally, but he said this when he was in that chair, Ambassador. He said, "My biography's in the record." He said, "We live by a code, and that code says you go after people when they're in peril, when they're in the service of their country. We did not have the benefit of hindsight in the early hours, and those people who are in peril in the future need to know that we will go and get them, and we will do everything we can to get them out of harm's way." He concluded with this. He said, "That night unfolded in ways that no one could have predicted when it first started. And it is my strong belief then, as it is now, that we needed to demonstrate that resolve even if we still had the same outcome." Admiral Mullen, earlier in your testimony, you talked about how we were unable to get to Benghazi fast enough. You talked about bombs on the racks, munitions on the racks, aircraft at the ready.
I use that as an example. The aircraft weren't at the ready, and what General Dempsey testified to, and I have as today, certainly and in previous transcription of my statements, we just couldn't get there fast enough. I do resonate completely with what Mr. Thompson said, and every military individual to their core feels the same way. And that's, to the best of the military's ability that night, that's what happened. I looked at every asset, every possibility. It couldn't get there in time.
In retrospect, it couldn't get there in time. I think the question so many folks back home have on behalf of so many families is, can we see the fuel being driven to the runway? Can we see the pilots getting out of bed? Can we see the teams being scrambled? Yes, we've seen some of that, folks arriving the next day, but this is every bit as much about what happens in the future as it happens in the past, if not more so. And again, I thank you all for your great public service.
The gentleman yields back. We'll now recognize the gentlewoman for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And in the spirit of continuing this conversation, I yield back to Ranking Member Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much. I just asked, Mr. Chairman, that I could be given the extra minute that Mr. Woodall also had, please.
Without objection, to order.
Ambassador Pickering, sometimes I don't think that the public understands that the State Department is often serving in places that don't offer a lot of options when it comes to facilities. Let me read to you what the Executive Director of the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs told the committee in his interview about how the United States ultimately selected the Special Mission Compound in Benghazi for use as a military facility. He said this: "The villas were the only things that were available at the time that even met minimal standards. Remember, Chris Stevens had just gotten off a ferry with cars. He had gone back into a hotel. There had been a bomb that went off. We had to find something, and something quick. And I mean the department as a whole had to find something." Here's a challenge. In the case of Benghazi, you had some very smart people, including Ambassador Stevens, advising the United States government that we should be in Benghazi. But it sounds like there were not many good options available. Even the hotel where they first tried to locate came under risk of being bombed. Ambassador Pickering, isn't it the case that in many parts of the world, State Department officials don't have the best of choices from which to operate a diplomatic post?
That is true, Mr. Cummings. On the other hand, we're speaking about April 2010, more or less. And the problem with Benghazi was that there was time to make change and improvements, and we found people at fault for not having taken that time to do the job.
And whose responsibility was that?
We believed it was principally in the Bureau of Diplomatic Security, which is charged with oversight and implementation of State Department security.
Ambassador Pickering, I'm gathering that we don't want to lock up our people in fortresses, and Ambassador Stevens, who was so loved and appreciated by the people, understood that. Can you tell us in practical terms how your recommendations will help the State Department going forward strike a balance between important policy imperatives and the fact that there are not always a lot of good choices from which to operate?
Because, sir, it takes or tries to take into account the special disadvantages that you have mentioned in location, in changing threat situations, and in risk management. And it sees that as a dynamic, where not every day can you wander the bazaars, but when you can, you should know about it and understand the risks that you're taking. It also means that different locations in cities have different requirements for security. Cars are different than residences, are different than safe havens. And so it provides graduated levels, if I could put it this way, of safety and security over a period of time to individuals who might be in danger. Hopefully, the situation will be, in the main, the kind of situation that Chris Stevens really was able, in a maximum way, to take advantage of. But at the same time, it would also be, we hope, the kind of situation that would prevent the death of a Chris Stevens in times when the threat level had increased and the security would be adequate to deal with that. And so it's not all Inman buildings, but for most places, it's nice to have those as what I would call the security anchor for the worst times.
Mr. Sullivan, a key to this seems to be risk mitigation. Can you explain how your best practices panel address this issue and explain how a department-wide risk management model would help?
Yes, sir. What we looked at was risk management. And what we found is that, for the most part, risk is dealt with either by experience or intuition, which those two things are extremely important. However, what we're recommending is that there be a more...
You say intuition?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And experience, intuition, and background. What we're saying is there needs to be a more formalized system as things become, more complicated out there, as the threat becomes, more severe. There needs to just be a more formalized risk management model that would be available not just to the department, not just to DS, but to the department as a whole. Risk management when it comes to, medical services, risk management when it comes to IT, risk management when it comes to where you're going to put a building. And that would all, DS would feed into this risk management model when it comes to, how do you mitigate the threat? What is acceptable risk? What is the criticality of the program that you're running? How important is it for that program to run? All of us know that nothing is 100% certain when it comes to eliminating risk. We all know that the minute you step out the door, there's going to be risk. But what we're getting at here is that there be a collaborative effort among everybody in the department to come up with the best way to manage that risk, to come up with mitigation for that risk, and make sure we give the safest environment to our diplomats overseas in these high threat areas.
Thank you. We now go to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And some have argued today that this hearing is just all about politics. And yet, I know that I made a promise to some of the family members that are sitting right behind you that I would do everything within my power to make sure that this never happened again. And to that end, there's a bill that Chairman Royce, H.R. 1768, that looks at the ARB and modifying that, of which I, with some of my colleagues here, are a co-sponsor of. And so I want to specifically look at a couple of things that really, hopefully, will keep us from repeating this tragedy. And I want to address what is now known as the Cohen memo that was brought forth under Secretary Madeleine Albright. It made some recommendations there. It made a recommendation that we had an undersecretary for diplomatic security that reported directly to the Secretary. And Ambassador Pickering, I want to address this question to you. And if you would put a slide up on the screen so that we can know what we're talking about there, if I could ask the committee to do that. But in that, you were copied on a memo, that Cohen memo, because you were the Undersecretary for Political Affairs. And it talked about the issue, and I quote, the issue of the DS, or diplomatic security, reporting to the Secretary of State was controversial with the corporate board. What is the corporate board?
I suppose that Undersecretary Cohen was referring to the group of people on the 7th floor, undersecretaries and up, who were close to the Secretary and perhaps some of her personal staff, but I cannot but guess.
Okay, were you a member of that corporate board?
From time to time, yes.
Okay,
Not on all issues.
so why was this controversial with that corporate board?
I don't know. I personally had some
So you would support that?
reservations about the Undersecretary proposal.
All right. So, because I think the other quote, and I want to quote this as well, there are strong feelings that there were already enough undersecretaries and that the Undersecretary of Management should be entrusted to make trade-off decisions between diplomatic security and administrative functions. You know, when we're talking about the lives of Americans, trade-off is not a good word. Would you agree with that?
I agree. I believe that there is a natural problem in that particular question between the Undersecretary of Political Affairs and the Undersecretary for Management, between the political imperative of staying in a post and the security imperative of protecting it or leaving it.
Okay, so let's look at this. You had an ARB that was extensive, so this can be to you, Ambassador, and to you, Admiral Mullins. Why was this particular issue not brought up in the ARB when it was clearly recommended when we had a tragedy in East Africa before? Why would you not have addressed this as an issue?
We did not, in my view, believe that the deficiencies that we found would be cured by that problem. That was my personal view. Secondly, that cure would not solve all issues. It would bifurcate, in my view, things like the sources of
having one person
responsibilities for construction.
So having one person in control of diplomatic security is not a good idea. Admiral Mullins, would you agree with that?
One person in control of diplomatic security is an excellent idea at the Assistant Secretary level.
Okay, Admiral Mullins.
I've seen certainly this brought up today, and I'm aware of that the panel recommended the same thing. I'm not as sanguine immediately on doing this because I don't think you fix it by just bureaucratically making the change.
Well, there may not be one fix, but indeed it was recommended before, and it was thought to be a good idea, and yet here we are 15 years later not doing it.
Part of the way we tried to address that was to look at previous recommendations and implementation, and a lot has changed since 1998, so it may be the right answer. There are some bureaucratic issues associated with this that I'm not overly excited about. That doesn't what it can't do is be put in place and not be integrated in a way with the rest of the State Department.
All right, so for the record today, each of you, are you for this or against it, this recommendation? For the record, I want both of you to tell me where you are on the record. Creating an undersecretary for diplomatic security.
I'm inclined against it because I think the problems it raises are larger than the problems it solves.
Okay.
And
Admiral Mullen?
I'm against it until I knew a whole lot more about it.
Okay. I can see my time's expired, so I'll yield back.
Well, before the gentleman yields back, I think Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Kiel can speak to their view of this. And candidly, I will tell you, Mr. Meadows, I'm actually with the Admiral and the Ambassador in that I think Undersecretary Kennedy had both parts of this on his watch, and it was a organizational failure to weigh the two. Maybe it didn't come to his desk, but putting a separate undersecretary wouldn't have changed that. Mr. Sullivan?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. As the panel looked at this, there were a couple of things that just came to mind, and even here there's debate, I believe, as far as who's in charge of security. So from that perspective, we believe that by having an undersecretary for security, that would, eliminate all debate, confusion about who, in fact, was in charge of security. When we look at the amount of the breadth and scope of what comes under the Undersecretary for Management, it's pretty vast, and it's pretty, administration, budget, visa, the Foreign Service Institute, the Comptroller, HR, information resource. We thought that was an awful lot for one secretary. I understand the hesitation because of this may, just create another bureaucratic layer. And one thing I think is important to understand is, my background. As director, I was a direct report to the secretary. We had a deputy director from the FBI, and, in his background, the director was a direct report to the Attorney General. And I think when you have that type of direct report and it's made clear to everybody, it just lets your internal and external partners, for that matter, just know the importance of security and where security stands within an organization. But again, we also understand that there's a lot of other factors that are involved here, and there's a few things that need to be worked out. And I have talked to the current acting Assistant Secretary, Greg Starr, and this is something, after the report came out, he wanted to talk to us about in more detail.
Anything briefly?
Yeah, just quickly, I think when you look at our report, all of the aspects of our report are interlinked. The undersecretary is the linchpin. You have to go to a risk management model, program criticality, and the other aspects of a report. It's not a standalone,
Right.
Don't just create an undersecretary and it solves it. It's interlinked. As you read our
Right.
entire report, it's all interlinked. Interestingly, just one last point, the former Assistant Secretary for Diplomatic Security, Eric Boswell, testified before your staff, and it's in your committee report. He says, and it's a quote from your committee report, that the Undersecretary for Management was making all the security decisions. That does not integrate well into a risk management model.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was our view.
Mr. Chairman, could I just say
Of
one
course,
thing
Admiral.
with this work, which I just saw recently, the intent of what we did in the ARB was to certainly have this, but hope that this independent group continues over time to evaluate this issue so that this isn't the last word with respect to these issues.
Well, post 9/11, I think we all know that security is a daily relook and not a one-time relook. Ambassador?
I should just mention, because the question of the previous ARB was raised, Secretary Albright, as a result of that recommendation, met daily with the Assistant Secretary of State for Diplomatic Security first thing in the morning, and that established a nexus, a chain, which neither her, I think none of her three successors kept. I think that may have been an error. I think that in some ways, her interest, and put it this way, in no more Nairobis and no more Dar es Salaams, was an important instinct. That wouldn't be solved necessarily by elevating the rank or denigrating the rank. It was solved by a process. And I think that that was a rather good process, and in some ways, I'm sorry it wasn't repeated, but it wasn't extant at the time we looked at the ARB.
Thank you. Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen. Ambassador Pickering, in your deposition, you said that no other ARB was so extensive and far-reaching in its findings of personal responsibility or personal accountability or made such far-reaching recommendations at such high levels in the State Department. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe it is, sir.
You further said that you were able to arrive at that conclusion because you had your staff review all of the other ARBs that were reported on to compare how they did their work and what they reported. Is that true?
Yes, so that's particularly germane to the level and degree of accountability which I believe we assessed.
Then can you explain how your review of previous ARBs led you to conclude that your ARB was one of the most comprehensive and far-reaching?
We reviewed the level at which they fixed responsibility when they did, and the degree to which they discussed that responsibility and the actions that they did recommend or did not recommend with respect to the people involved in those ARBs as a comparator against which to judge what we were recommending.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I also understand that a principal reason for doing the review of recommendations is that you felt that previous ARBs had made good recommendations, but that the State Department sometimes fell short in implementing them. Is that correct?
Yes, we did, and that is correct.
Then could you tell us what steps that you took with this ARB to ensure that the 29 recommendations you made would in fact be implemented?
We re-recommended at least one principal unfilled recommendation of a previous ARB, which we felt was very germane to our ongoing security posture. That is a construction recommendation involving large amounts of money. We tried to carry that message, Mr. Davis, by starting each chapter of the ARB with a recollection of past recommendations which we believe hadn't been heeded, needed to be reheated, or needed to be reintroduced.
Then have you been able to follow your recommendations and see how they are being implemented? And if so, what have you found?
Only in the press, and so far what we have seen has shown department action in that regard, but I cannot say that that is a satisfactory method of review. It was not in our mandate.
One senior State Department official interviewed by the committee said that while serving in Libya, he saw evidence that the ARB recommendations were being implemented. He said, and I quote, "When I was charged in Tripoli for 6 months, for example, there was a huge number of security upgrades that are underway, many of them, attributable either directly or indirectly to ARB." Are you encouraged by this comment?
I saw that in the report. I'm encouraged by the comment, but we know that, in fact, the first year after the ARB is a time of intense activity, and I worry whether, in fact, this is going to be continued, whether some of the heavy lifting between this branch of government and the executive branch for additional money and proposals for additional funding are going to be followed through. I hope they are. I can say I remain now skeptically optimistic, but I live in hope.
Thank you very much, and I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. We now go to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bentivolio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your distinguished service. I certainly appreciate it. I'm going to be real quick. I have a lot of questions, but only 5 minutes to ask them. Admiral, I especially took note of your distinguished career, and that noticed that you were the captain of several ships or Navy vessels, correct?
Correct.
And on those boats, vessels, ships?
Ships.
Ships, thank you. I'm an old Army guy, okay? That you probably created a culture on that ship that had a high degree, or those ships that had a high degree of morale, the culture of safety, risk management, as we were speaking about, and maintaining a high state of discipline and readiness. Is that correct?
Correct.
You probably wouldn't have been promoted to Admiral had you not done that. So rest assured, I have no doubt in my mind that your career is one of the most distinguished I've ever read about. I'm really impressed. But I want to get back to this risk management. It seems to me, from what I've been hearing all day, there was a lack of it in the State Department. Did you find that also to be true?
I've sort of a two-level answer for this.
Okay.
One of the things that most of us that grow up in the military do almost instinctively is risk management, particularly with respect to any kind of combat, and we've been in a lot of combat in the last dozen years. What I have found, and I go to my senior position in the Pentagon as the chairman, as the head of the Navy, we're not as good at what I call strategic risk management as I would like to be, specifically. And I worked on that when I was a chairman and when I was the head of the Navy in those senior positions. And too often we're great tactically and not good strategically in many areas. What I found when we did the ARB is there wasn't the existence of certainly a systematic risk management program.
So you're familiar with the military risk management matrix, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we start at the very top would be extremely high risk, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, we would look at the combination of what we call likelihood and danger, or most significant outcome.
Well, I'm from the Army, and we have low, medium, high, and extremely high risk. And we evaluate just about every task, including when we go into combat. We look at all those. And let's see, the part I'm talking about, and I think we touched on this in earlier questioning, you developed, or the military tries to develop, a culture around risk management. And I think that's what you're trying to improve when you talk about discussing this at the Pentagon, right?
Yes.
But I seem to have found absent in the leadership of the State Department. And I was just reading, and just to prove your point, and how we try to create a culture of safety and evaluating risks at all levels. I have a copy from the manual that is often used in training our first line of leaders, E5s, sergeants, I think, what do you call them in the Navy, E5s?
Petty officers.
Petty officers, thank you. Petty officer. You have similar classes where they learn leadership skills, including risk management analysis, correct?
Well, it's certainly included. We certainly have the leadership focus.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Kiel, Mr. Sullivan, thank you. And you brought up risk management as well. Are you familiar with, well, it says here, let me read this. Leaders and individuals at all levels are responsible and accountable for managing risk. They must ensure that hazards and associated risks are identified and controlled during planning, preparation, and execution of operations. Familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the matrix that I'm talking about, referring to?
Generally, yes, sir.
Generally, okay. So let me see, how would you evaluate if you got an intelligence report saying on November 16th that the British intel agencies foiled an attack on Libya's National Transition Council, and British ambassador was about to get assassinated or tried to, and February 6th in Syria, in 2012, the U.S. closed the embassy in Syria. On June 15, 2012, Tripoli, Libya, reporting a string of attacks on Western diplomats and international organizations. If you were going to Libya, how would you evaluate, or on that matrix, what would be the level of risk? High, extremely high, medium, or low?
I'd say extremely high, sir.
In extremely high, would you not try to address those things to lower that risk, including worst-case scenarios?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman's time has expired, but you can answer.
Yes, sir. But it can't just be addressed strategically. It also has to be addressed tactically, and you can't separate those two. Too often, people are quick to say, "Oh, it's the Bureau of Diplomatic Security's responsibility." It doesn't stop there. It's more of a strategic question. It's got to be a whole of organization approach to risk management.
A culture within the organizations.
Yes,
and
sir.
because of that absence of culture, the captain of the ship, so to speak, probably wouldn't get a very good rating. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is the captain of the Department of State at the time?
Secretary of State.
And name, please?
At that time, it was Secretary Clinton.
Thank you very much.
I thank the gentleman. We now go to the gentleman from Missouri, who has been patiently looking in and out, coming in and out for this very opportunity, Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for conducting this hearing, and thank the witnesses for appearing, and hopefully some of our questions are being answered. And, Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would like to yield to my friend, the husband.
Well, thank you.
The husband of the brilliant Dr. Rocky Moore, Mr. Cummings of Maryland.
Oh, so I was your second choice. Go ahead. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. I'll tell my wife you said that. The ARB assigned accountability to 3 individuals within the Bureau of Diplomatic Security: the Deputy Assistant Secretary responsible for Libya, her boss, the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary, and the Assistant Secretary. However, the ARB did not find specific fault with the Undersecretary for Management, Patrick Kennedy, who is the supervisor of the Assistant Secretary. The Republican staff report released on Sunday night stated, and I quote, "The ARB downplayed Kennedy's role in the decision-making that led to the inadequate security posture in Benghazi End of quote. Ambassador Pickering, do you agree that you downplayed Undersecretary Kennedy's role? And Admiral Mullen, would you answer the same question?
No, I think that we looked very carefully at this. We've had numerous dialogues about this here this morning. We did not find the pattern of decision-making on the part of Secretary Kennedy deficient with respect to security. We did find the pattern of decision-making at the Deputy Assistant Secretary level in the Bureau of Diplomatic Security deficient, and we found the review of that pattern by her boss, the Assistant Secretary, lacked, put it this way, sufficient attention to leadership and management, that it was deficient. We've talked here about that, and I believe that's the best description I can give you of that interrelationship.
Admiral Mullen?
I would only add that, again, we were guided by the statute that said look at who was making the decisions, and that's it's almost hard to overstate the significance and the nexus of those decisions being made in the DS Bureau by Lamb and fully supported by her boss, Boswell.
As evident,
not only to reinforce that, we were specifically admonished under the statute not to take as dispositive the acceptance of responsibility by senior officers who clearly didn't make decisions and in some cases were not informed, but took that responsibility pro forma as part of their sense of obligation to their department.
As evidence of this allegation, the Republican staff report discusses a memorandum that Undersecretary Kennedy approved in December 2011, extending the special mission for 1 year. The Republican staff report said this, and I quote, "The documents and the testimony show that one of the major contributing factors to this deficiency was the temporary nature of the Benghazi compound authorized by Undersecretary Patrick Kennedy." End of quote. Ambassador Pickering, did the Accountability Review Board review the December 2011 memorandum approved by Undersecretary Kennedy?
Yes, we did.
Ambassador Pickering, can you explain what role Undersecretary Kennedy had in that memo and why you did not conclude that he was responsible for the specific measures at the temporary facility?
He was asked to approve the extension by all of the bureaus concerned, including the Bureau of Diplomatic Security, which had responsibility in carrying out that extension to carry out the appropriate security measures. There was not a proposed panoply of security measures which Kennedy was asked to approve. It was part of the process that the Bureau of Diplomatic Security had that responsibility, would take it and carry it out.
Admiral Mullen, do you agree with that?
I do, and one very specific line item in that memorandum designated the expected number of ARSO security agents or officers in Benghazi, and that gets back to in implementation where the decisions were made, the failure and accountability was in not meeting that need.
Mm-hmm. Then finally, in fact, that memo was approved before it reached the Undersecretary by both the Bureau of Diplomatic Security and the Bureau of Overseas Building Operations, both of which were responsible for the security at the post. The Republican staff report also finds fault with Undersecretary Kennedy for his role in approving the decision not to extend the SST, a Defense Department team helping with security in Tripoli. The report states, and I'll close with this, the decision to end the SST mission in Libya in July 2012 was made by Ambassador Kennedy, albeit based upon the recommendation from Charlie Lamb. Do you all have a comment on that?
Yes, I would just comment that the best of our knowledge and belief in the continuation of the SST was not also actively supported by Ambassador Stevens, and that played a role as well in the decision-making.
Okay. With that, we go ahead, Admiral. No, sir, go ahead. Okay. With that, we go to the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Mullen, just to follow up, there was the discussion about giving the heads up to Cheryl Mills. What was the purpose of doing that?
The purpose was to The purpose was to, having sat through an interview with Ms. Lamb, who answered all questions very honestly. There's been an issue raised today about whether there was any question about her, and there wasn't ever about Ms. Lamb and her straightforwardness. But the single purpose was obviously very early in the overall process post-Benghazi. The testimony was, having run a large department. I spent a lot of time when I was head of the Navy as well as chairman, and in previous jobs, really in those head jobs, the senior jobs, looking at who would be best qualified for whatever the question was.
No, I understand that, and I understand. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but I'm limited on time. And I understand as a CNO, and I was in the Navy when you were CNO, and I appreciate that. But I guess you're on this ARB. What is it like? What interest do you have in who the State Department puts up or not? I understand why, given your Navy position, how you would have done that with the Defense Department.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with ARB, and it had everything to do with a heads up in order to at least give my view that this was going to be a weak witness to an agency head who was working through who was going to appear.
Ambassador Pickering, it was mentioned previously, but this 1998 ARB recommendation about the Secretary of State personally reviewing the security situation in these outposts and closing some if there's not adequate security, and this was after the East Africa bombings. Was that something, because I know you were high in the State Department, was that something that you remember, and did you think that recommendation made sense?
Yes.
And so the issue with not submitting interrogatories to Secretary Clinton or not interviewing her about, what determinations did she make with respect to Benghazi, what was the reason for not doing that?
I think that we made it clear that, as I said a moment ago, that particular process which Secretary Albright implemented in her own way of having a daily meeting in the morning with the Assistant Secretary of Security seems to have dwindled away. It did not exist. And therefore, there was a weakness, in our view, in perhaps pushing issues up that might have attracted the attention of the Secretary, but that was not done. But that was not, in our view, a fault with the Secretary. It was a fault with the Assistant Secretary for Security, who, if he had that view, should have pushed it up. That was, of course, a decisional question. We found weaknesses in taking account of a whole series of activities in the region that everybody seemed to live with, and not take as a kind of bell ringing in the night that the situation was getting worse and you better take a look at it.
And I understand that. I guess my issue is Benghazi and eastern Libya generally, like when I was in Iraq in 2007, there were foreign fighters coming into Iraq from Libya, and then we knew when we were conducting operations against Gaddafi that a lot of his opposition was an Islamist opposition. And so it just seems to me that process breaking down, I understand how that, but this particular area on the eve of 9/11, it just seems to me that there should have been more alarm bells ringing off that would go all the way to the top. And I understand your point about the breakdown, but it just seems to me it would have been helpful to get the Secretary's input on what she did or didn't do proactively, understanding that there may be fault beneath because of the critical nature of that. And so I just my final question would be, as you sit here today, and I would be both to Admiral Mullen and Ambassador Pickering, are you satisfied with the United States government's response to what happened in Benghazi writ large?
No, and I think that our report was designed, sir, to provide a series of recommendations.
But what I'm saying is, the response, since you've done the report, are you satisfied with the action that the government's taken? And then just as somebody, and I know this was outside the purview of your report, but just as an American, and certainly Admiral Mullen as a distinguished military officer, are you satisfied with what we've done to bring the folks who actually did this to justice?
Look, you got a couple questions there. What was done to follow up the ARB, generally through the newspaper reports, I think they are making a serious effort to do it, but I'd be happier if I sat down and had a full briefing and then could give you the kind of judgment that I hope you would expect from somebody with experience.
Heck, we'd be happy to get a briefing, too.
Yeah, well, I understand that. On the FBI's work, I think that's something you really need to talk to them about. There have been complaints that they aren't moving soon enough, but we all know the difficulty of investigative activities in foreign countries where, in fact, it requires a huge security presence even to go and take a look at the crime scene. And I think there are formidable problems that the FBI faces in being able to provide a rapid response, and I think I understand those as well as most. I certainly, as a citizen, I'd like to see it instantaneously, but as I hope a rational person, I have some understanding of what it is they have to contend with.
I thank the gentleman. We now go to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen. I know it's been a long hearing. There's many lingering questions on Benghazi. One I get asked quite frequently, and I want to get your perspective, Ambassador and Admiral, on this particular issue, and that is the claim by the State Department, the Secretary of State, the intelligence community, as to the fact that this attack was the result of a YouTube video. What is your perspective as to why that was propagated for so long?
Look, that all happened after the ARB was, in effect, reported. It was not in our line of responsibility, and therefore I think that principally those investigating criminally are going to have to look for motive and rationale. And I believe, in fact, that without bucking it too much, that's where the real decision-making on what really was motivating the guys will have to take place. Put it this way, there was an attack on Egypt, apparently more directly related to the video, that took place on the afternoon before the attack on Benghazi. There is some indication that that attack stimulated interest in Benghazi, only indication. There are some who have said there is testimony that, in fact, the video was in people's minds.
Okay, I mean, I think we can all buy that story, sir.
I can't give you a conclusive view because I haven't done the work.
Okay, I think we can all buy that, but you're an American. You listen to this, you watch the news, and you had to have been a little bit ashamed of the fact that this was propagated for 2 to 3 weeks. And I think this is important because we have families that still have not had justice, the justice that Obama went on television and promised we would get. We would catch these people. It's a year later. There's not even been an arrest. And, you know, that's a problem. And so it goes to the credibility. And I just wanted to get your perspective. I mean, I get your talking points, and I know what happened in Egypt. And that story might have held water for, what, maybe 6 hours, but not 3 weeks. But yet, you know, to the American people, the credibility of the administration, the State Department, the intelligence community was diminished because they continue to propagate that. Admiral, do you agree?
We made very clear early on, and obviously it was almost a month later.
Admiral, if you take your mic, please.
Sorry. We made very clear early on, and obviously we started a month later, that we thought it was a terrorist attack, based on, actually not just based on sort of the public discussion, but based on the evidence.
What do I tell
certainly
folks back home?
I guess the way I'd answer the question is to say I understand the question.
Mm-hmm. You understand.
But it really was outside our purview to get in.
Okay. Well, a lot of people think it was political. I mean, we were 7 weeks from a presidential election. This was just messy, and we didn't want to deal with it. But what it did create was a lack of an investigation taking place immediately. It was delayed about 3 weeks, and that's why I bring it up. But let's get back to something that is more germane to today's hearing. Raymond Maxwell was one of the people selected for accountability. Can you tell me what Raymond Maxwell did to contribute to the inadequate security posture in Benghazi?
He told us that he had made a conscious decision not to read the intelligence.
Okay, and did you look at the testimony of his supervisor, Beth Jones, where she said it's been determined that there was no intelligence that could have told us that this attack was underway. It wasn't material.
That was all subsequent to our discussion. We did interview Ms. Jones. From what I can see, her subsequent testimony to the committee indicated she was not aware of the fact that her subordinate was not reading the intelligence.
But in fact, there was evidence that he had not stopped reading all the intelligence.
He made a statement to us that led us to believe that he had stopped reading intelligence.
And he did not clarify it, as it has been clarified, and certainly I've seen in the documents.
Okay, so
and in every interview, we gave people at the end of the interview the warning and the right. Did they have anything more to say to explain their testimony to us?
Okay, so that was Maxwell's
finding for accountability directly related to the attack on Benghazi, or was the accountability unrelated to the attack?
We believe it was related to the security question. If he didn't know the intelligence, he couldn't understand the security problem in full.
And sir, just very quickly from my perspective in that interview, I mean, again, I was stunned and shocked when I heard him. What it represented to me was a detachment from the responsibilities for Libya and then inside Libya and Tripoli and Benghazi. It was a strong indicator of his detachment. And he, as a very senior guy in the State Department, responsible with everything else that was going on in the world, it sort of lay right in front of him.
Okay, so
and sir, he said he did this because he didn't want to confuse in public speaking classified, non-classified, while at the same time he was clearly reading all of the State Department classified material. So this didn't seem to us to be a responsible position or a reasonable position, and I fully support what the Admiral said.
Okay, so you think at this point he still should be one of the 4 individuals based on what you know now. This is, of all the things that happened in Benghazi, this is one of the guys that should take the heat.
We haven't changed our view. Certainly I haven't.
Thank you. We go to Ms. Lewis. Ms. Lewis, could you yield me about 10 seconds?
Chairman.
I just want to make one thing clear in a question. I'm following up on Dr. Desjardins. You held him accountable because he was derelict in focusing on his responsibility. However, people above him and below him were acutely aware that there had been a series of attacks, including the 2 on the British ambassador and the like. So the actual attacks and the actual risk was not a question, but only the classified information. I just want to make sure that's correct. We've had both of you in depositions on this.
I think we believed that his responsibility in the Bureau extended to everything taking place in Libya.
So he's part of the culture of not caring enough, but in fact, people above him and below him, including Undersecretary Kennedy, were acutely aware of the growing danger and risk actually occurring in Benghazi.
They were not.
That's a yes or no.
Required to follow, Mr. Chairman, on a daily basis. He had the dot. He made it clear he had the dot, and he was. They were not. These
we're aware of the
universe to cover.
Admiral, or Ambassador, we're not.
I love the promotion. Keep giving it to me.
No, ambassadors forever. We know that. The fact is that. We are not disagreeing that there was a level, a sequence of responsibility. So trust us, we're not saying you were wrong in holding certain people accountable. One of the challenges here, as Dr. Desjardins said, is, look, you had absolutely no mandate to deal with the fact that the American people were outright lied to as to the cause of the attack and misled for a long period of time, including on virtually every Sunday talk show. We understand that wasn't your mandate, but neither was your mandate to look at the question of a system under Secretary Kennedy that did not allow anybody to pull the panic button, but rather it kept looking for one person who would decide not to have Benghazi open or to manage. Ms. Lewis, I'd ask.
Quite the contrary, Mr. Chairman. One of our recommendations was that there ought to be a system, a very simple one, where there were differences of view between the regional bureaus supporting the ambassador and the field and diplomatic security, that it ought to be resolved by the 2 assistant secretaries immediately. If it couldn't go there, it should go to Kennedy and his political opposite number, in this port, Wendy Sherman. If they couldn't solve it right away, the secretary. So we believed, in fact, that push-up was not taking place. And the principal responsibility, as Admiral Mullen, I think, explained a while ago, seemed to be at the level of the people who had the responsibility to push up.
Yeah, we
understand. They were, in a sense, covering their decisions.
Thank you. I'd ask unanimous consent the gentlelady have the full 5 minutes. Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on Dr. Desjardins and the Chairman's line of questioning. You did, as the Accountability Review Board, admit last December that there was no protest prior to the attacks, correct?
Correct.
Is it true that there really were video and audio feeds from Benghazi as the attacks unfolded?
No, they were video feeds to the tactical center in Benghazi monitored by a DS agent who had an opportunity to see certain cameras that were put in for precisely that kind of surveillance.
Okay, and so did the DSA agent have an opportunity to communicate what he was seeing on the film to?
Yes, he was speaking over the telephone on a regular basis with the DS Operations Center at the State Department in Washington.
Okay, so that gets it into the chain of command. So that information could have been or should have been available to the President, to the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State. Is that correct?
That particular set of information was shared in the State Department. I don't know to what degree it went beyond the State Department.
So we still don't know why Susan Rice went on those Sunday talk shows when they had the information that this wasn't due to a spontaneous protest and said it was.
We did not obviously have responsibility for investigating that, so I don't even want to give you an opinion on it.
Okay. Was it an organized terrorist group that attacked?
That is something the FBI will have to answer. I can say the following. From my observation of the surveillance camera film, which was spotty, not complete, some of the invaders showed some modicum of organization for a short period of time, and some showed a lot of disorganization. But Admiral Mullen is the military expert. I don't know whether he has any comment on that or not.
I think that's pretty well said. I'd say it was a combination.
Okay. Is it true that a former Gitmo detainee who knew Ambassador Stevens claimed responsibility for the attack after it happened? Is that true?
I believe you're getting into classified intelligence, and that we can't take you there now.
Okay. Is it true?
Gentlelady, suspend.
Yes.
That is not true. That is not classified that they made a overt claim of responsibility. The gentlelady's question had to do with that a group had claimed it. They made a very public claim.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, but, okay.
Is it true that there's documentation that the Muslim Brotherhood and operatives from Egypt were involved in the attack?
Our report indicates that one Egyptian organization, which is named in the report, was possibly involved. And, I'm not sure. I think that that's in the unclassified. I hope it is.
Okay. Is it true that they were seeking to loot surface-to-air missiles that were gathered up at the annex?
I can't comment on that.
Okay. Is it possible that they were trying to acquire classified communications codes?
I can't comment on that.
Okay. Is it true that they were planning to kidnap the ambassador and it went wrong?
I can't comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I will.
Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Kiel, I just have one question that's come up again and again in your post-mortem of problems. I'm a big fan of really great security systems, and my favorite one is how they produce high-quality automobiles on the Japanese assembly lines. They have overhead lines, and any production worker, and this has become common in America too, anyone on the production line can pull, if they see a bad part or a safety hazard, they can pull a chain and the line shuts down. That's how they make sure they don't have defects. Is one of the problems you've observed that whether or not we have a growth in the bureaucracy, an undersecretary of X, Y, and Z who theoretically report directly to the secretary, isn't one of the problems that the culture doesn't allow one person who sees a problem to simply shut it down? In other words, one group is making the facility's decision as a complete exception to the safety standards. Another person is held accountable after a decision is made to be in a hopelessly worthless building, one whose wall had been breached by a very small piece of explosive, and yet that person didn't have the ability to say, stop, we're not going to be in Benghazi, because Policy drives whether you're in Benghazi, facilities drives what building you're in, and then diplomatic security is told to make sure that they make it safe. Isn't the functional structure at the Department of State one in which, instead of having everybody be able to shut something down for safety, virtually nobody in some situations can independently shut it down other than the Secretary of State herself?
You know, I think what we looked at here was enabling people to be able to do that, you know, very thing. I think what we saw here, Secretary, there's a lot of very, very good, outstanding people at the Department of State.
Agreed.
Diplomatic security. I think when it comes to risk, you know, we as a country, from what I've been briefed on, we've made a determination that we're going to go into these high-risk areas. What I think is there just needs to be an improvement in how we go about doing our risk management and how we come up with the best plan to mitigate that risk. You know, we have seen stovepiping. I think that's an issue. I think that's an issue in any organization. But to me, this is about, you know, identifying, you know, what those problems are and fixing it. And I do see that move is afoot. But I do think when you go into any high-risk area, I do think that there's always going to be that threat. We're never going to be able to eliminate all of that risk, but we need to come to I think State Department needs to come to arrive at a spot where, you know, they look at the criticality of, you know, that program and they come up with the best mitigation for that threat.
Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, just may I have 30 seconds to just clear something up? Mr. Chairman, you just a moment ago, you said something, and you said that's not true when you were talking to Admiral Pickering. Admiral Pickering, I just want you to clear that up. The chairman said to me that he misunderstood, but I don't want the record clear.
No, I was only saying that based on her question, which the ambassador misunderstood.
I just want to make, because these records, I don't want your reputation to be impugned in any way.
No,
So I just wanted to make sure
cleared that up.
I've lost part of the conversation. I'd be glad to address the question.
Well, no, it was simply that what her question was, if properly understood, was about a public report. And it was clear you didn't understand that that she was asking about the public report, which then you both cleared up, I thought, satisfactorily.
Because I know of, put it this way, unpublic information.
Right, and we do not want unpublic.
My answer.
Yes.
And we do not want unpublic information here today.
And I would always say, Mr. Chairman, let me say this. Kidnapping seemed to me to be far-fetched. Because, in effect, in the testimony that was given and the public report, they did not make a serious attempt to go into the closed area of the villa. It is not even sure, in my view, they knew the ambassador was there. So I would say, while I said I didn't want to touch that, I would say, in retrospect, it doesn't seem highly likely. It could be, but I don't think so.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to recognize that everyone's had a first round. I would like to get this panel out of here in less than 10 minutes. So I'm going to look to my left and tell the gentleman that I will waive my time and give you, between the two of you, 5 minutes. I will look to my right and give my ranking member 5 minutes, and no one will get a minute more. The gentleman over there may split their time starting now.
I thank the chairman for his generosity. Admiral Mullen, we learned earlier that in the very first week of the ARB being formed, you gave Cheryl Mills a heads up because you felt Charlene Lamb, who was coming to testify in front of this committee, was, quote, in response to Mr. DeSantis' question, a weak witness. So my question is real simple. Why should you care? Why does it matter? Weak, if she was a weak, strong witness, short witness, tall witness, male witness, female witness, why in the heck does it matter? Your job is to figure out what took place at the State Department, not to decide what kind of representative the State Department sends in front of a congressional committee. So why in the heck did you care?
I indicated before that I did that having nothing to do with the ARB and having everything to do with the fact that I'd run departments, provided witnesses.
Let me ask you this. If she was a strong witness, if she was going to convey a good light for the State Department, would you have called up Cheryl Mills and say, hey, Charlene Lamb's going to knock it out of the park. You know what? Make sure you coach her and get her ready and send her in front. She's going to be stellar. Would you have called Cheryl Mills then?
Had she been, in my interpretation at that, or judgment at that point, was she going to be a strong witness? No.
So the only reason you called was because she was going to be a weak witness and convey a bad light on the State Department.
The only reason I called was to give her a heads up that I thought the Department could be better represented at the hearing.
Let me walk through one more thing here before I yield my time to the gentleman from Utah. Isn't it true that you were selected, you were notified by Cheryl Mills that you were going to serve on the ARB?
Correct.
So Cheryl Mills called you up, said, Admiral
actually-
Mullen, I want you to serve on the board. A week into the formation of the board, you call her back up and you say, hey, Cheryl Mills, the lady who's about to go in front of the committee that has jurisdictions looking into this is going to be a terrible witness. You need a heads up on this. And oh, by the way, at the end of the report, before it goes public, you get Cheryl Mills and Hillary Clinton a chance to look at the report and make edits if they want to. And yet, wait, I forgot one important point, maybe the most important point. In your opening statement, you said you operated and the board operated independent.
We did.
Okay. All right. Well, just want to make it clear. I yield my time to the gentleman from Utah.
The only thing I'd like to comment with respect to what you said in the last statement was, in the normal process, as we reported out, we were done with the report, and we went to Secretary Clinton to give her a briefing on the report. It was hers to take, that was the tasking, and hers to choose what to do with. She chose to sign it out.
And Admiral, that's all fine, but don't convey it as independent. If Cheryl Mills picked you, you gave her heads up within days of starting, and you let them look at the report and edit the report at the end. That's all fine if that's the way the statute reads, but don't try to tell us that it's independent.
Ms. Mills didn't pick me. She called me and asked me to do this for the Secretary.
Okay, that's not picking. All right, I got
The
you.
gentleman from Utah.
I just have to ask, as a follow-up to that, you testified that Charlene Lamb you thought was honest. You're not questioning her integrity, so what made her a weak witness?
It was just my reaction from having sat down with her for a couple of hours at that particular point in time.
So she's honest, she's full of integrity, but that made her a weak witness?
Well, my sense was, Mr. Chavez, my sense was that she had not appeared before. This was not it certainly wasn't routine from that standpoint. And it was not, and I just ask you, have to ask you to believe me, it was not certainly intended to never put her in front of the committee, or at least speak to that.
This is the problem. You, with all due respect, you make, in your fourth paragraph of your testimony, you go to great lengths about the unfettered access, the ability to talk to people. We didn't get that same privilege. We don't have that on this same panel. The President of the United States stood before the American people and said that he would quote, I think it is important to find out exactly what happened in Benghazi, and I'm happy to cooperate in any way that Congress wants, end quote. That's never happened. It doesn't happen in this panel. It doesn't happen from the State Department. That's part of the frustration. I don't mean to single you out at all. I appreciate you being here and what you've done in your career. But we still don't have the answers to very basic things. The video, or the lack of a video, is kind of an important element to what happened or didn't happen in Benghazi. You didn't even look at that. Now, I need to ask Mr. Sullivan, because part of the reason that you and Mr. Kiel are here is because we saw on Al Jazeera, of all places, the independent panel on best practices. You convened this panel at the recommendation of the ARB. You started this panel back in April, correct, Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, sir.
When did you complete your work?
We completed our work just before the report came out, which would have been the end of August, beginning of September.
Who specifically, I want a name, did you give this report to? The report is dated August 29th, 2013. This report is dated then.
Yes, sir.
Who did you hand this to?
The report was handed to Greg Starr, who's the acting and OSAC.
I'm sorry, who is he?
We presented actually under the Federal Advisory Committee Act. We were legally bound to present the report to the Overseas Security Advisory Committee, which is a FACA-exempt group, and their executive council had to take a look at the report before it could officially go to the Department of State.
Has it gone to the Department of State?
Your time has expired. Let's have to be the last question.
I don't know.
I would ask my friend, the ranking member, if he would be okay to just finish this line of questioning. Please, if I can have an additional minute.
Without objection, so ordered.
The Department of State does have the report.
One of my fundamental challenges and problems is the United States Congress doesn't have this report. It's been almost a month. We don't have this report. And yet the first time it comes out, to the best of my knowledge, is on Al Jazeera. That's where we got to get this stuff? And so,
Congressman, I think that was really unfortunate that that's...
Do you know how it happened?
I do not. and believe me, I believe that's extremely unfortunate that that report came out that way. State Department, quite frankly, didn't even have a chance to look at that report before it was before that came.
So who's going to investigate how Al Jazeera gets a copy of it before the State Department or the United States Congress gets to it? Where did it go? You're the head. You used to be the head of the Secret Service. You know how this stuff works. How did this happen?
Sir, all I know is that we provided this report. As Greg said, I was not there that day. I was out of town. But this report was provided to the representative from the Overseas Security Advisory Committee. And the next thing we knew, within 2 days, that report had been leaked out.
I do hope for those State Department officials, Mr. Chairman, as I wrap up, the State Department officials that are here in this room, that are listening to this, to understand this, they have got to get to the bottom of this. And we still, as the United States Congress, have to get a copy of this. For Al Jazeera to have it a month almost before us is just not acceptable.
I thank the gentleman. We now go to the ranking member.
Admiral Pickering, Admiral Mullen, and Mr. Mullen, Mr. Kiel, Sullivan, Mr. Kiel. But I'm aiming my comments mainly at Ambassador Pickering and Admiral Mullen. I'm so glad you're there. I'm glad you did what you did. There's a book that I love called The Speed of Trust by Covey. At some point, we have to have trust in somebody. When you lose trust, what happens is that it's almost impossible for any relationship to succeed. And, you know, I know that you come here and I notice that everybody gives you these nice compliments and everything, and then, all depending on who it is, then you hear a lot of negatives and sometimes positive. But again, I thank you for what you've done. Now, let me ask you, Admiral Mullen, there's been a number of questions about this heads up, and it sounded like it was more just general advice as to who could best present testimony. But going back to back to the ARB, did you all take it easy on Charlene Lamb?
We did not.
I can't hear you.
We did not.
Did you give her a pass?
No, we held her accountable.
Would you agree with that, Admiral Pickering?
Absolutely.
Ambassador, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I apologize. During the transcribed interviews with the committee staff, numerous officials described the week of the attacks on Benghazi as an intensely dangerous, complex, and confusing week of protests and other violent episodes at U.S. facilities around the world. For example, Eric Boswell, the Assistant Secretary of Diplomatic Security, described a multitude of events threatening U.S. posts around the world. This is what he told us, and I quote, "The state of play was not only in Benghazi, but in Tripoli. We were very concerned about Tripoli, but also things were starting to go haywire in other places. We had an attack on our embassy in Sana'a, Yemen, where demonstrators penetrated the perimeter, did a great deal of damage, milled around inside the compound, and in subsequent days, there were other such demonstrations, so I had my hands full. We had, and this is continuing on with the quote, we had a near invasion of a compound in Khartoum, Sudan, where very large thousands of demonstrators, in each case, there was thousands of demonstrators, saw thousands of demonstrators came up against the wall of this brand new mission." Continuing the quote, "There was a similar attack by a mob on our embassy in Tunis, another brand new facility. A large number of demonstrators penetrated into the facility, milled around, did a lot of damage. It was very alarming at the time." End of quote. Admiral Mullen, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of our military, diplomatic and intelligence officials who are trying to deal with this in very few days. I know that the ARB looked specifically at Benghazi, but can you tell us anything about how our military would have dealt with this entire week of incidents?
You mean in terms of a military response?
Yes.
Well, it would have been obviously posturing forces, increasing levels of readiness, moving them as rapidly as we could, literally, as you described it, around the world in order to respond. And it would pull us away from places like the Persian Gulf, where we have a lot of forces, even, quite frankly, the Western Pacific. It would start to roll forces from there, forces that were heavily engaged as well in places like, or in Afghanistan. So it wouldn't have, it wouldn't be for, I'd say, a short period of time impossible to kind of move forces into place, but sustaining them in these many areas for a long period of time, that's where we don't have enough forces.
Ambassador Pickering, what about from the State Department's global perspective? How do you begin to even process all of this incoming information?
Well, I think that we have a system to do it, but the responses to cascades of basically deteriorating events are always measured against what are the resources of the State Department to mobilize reserves. And in truth, Mr. Cummings, there ain't no reserves. We're short on dough. People are stretched. We have to take away from one set of foci where we're working, online, operationally, pull people out and put them other places. When compounds are under pressure, particularly where there are dependents, that raises another very serious question of how do we get them out of harm's way as soon as we can. So there are multiple questions, and I can understand that Assistant Secretary Boswell was literally up to here to have 3, 4, or 5 major attacks, if you could put it this way, on U.S. facilities taking place in the space of 3 or 4 days. And so that is getting close to exhaustion. And in many ways, the ability to ride that out and to see the way through it represents, in my view, an extraordinary devotion to duty.
Mr. Chairman, I again thank you for bringing our witnesses forward. Thank you all very, very much. We really appreciate your testimony, all of you. Thank you.
I thank you. I also thank our witnesses. And as we close, we thank each of you for your service, both in your roles of investigation and for your many years of Federal service. We have learned today, I believe, a great deal about how particularly the Admiral and the Ambassador view the ARB, deficiencies, recommendations. We certainly have a number of statements made that I believe this committee will take note of and reflect on, including Admiral Mullen's statement that, in fact, had there been in the neighborhood of 30 defense forces in Benghazi, the attack may not have occurred because at that point it would have been viewed as a harder target. At the same time, we contrast that with the 2 heroes who were lost at the Annex, a facility that was, by comparison, better fortified and better armed. What it means to us is there is no single point of accountability, there is no single fix that will deal with this. Having been many times in the embassy in Beirut, I know what a facility that is heavily guarded costs as compared to one that is heavily fortified by design. Recognizing that we will always have areas of risk, it is one of the challenges of this committee to recommend to the Foreign Affairs Committee and to the Appropriations Committee such funding and investments and organization as may allow a better decision process to be made. One of the challenges I believe this committee and the other committees of jurisdiction will have is if the decision is that we must have a diplomatic presence and then facilities and manpower must be procured, it takes away the honest authority of the Congress to appropriate such funds as they see fit and ask the administration to live within those funds. That struggle does not occur in this committee. Our recommendations will be based on a process, hopefully leading to better decision processes. I want to thank you again. I want to thank the next panel of witnesses for their patience. We will take a very short recess and reconvene. Thank you.
Yes.